Before we begin, I want you to imagine something. A man who can slip into any room, any bar, any life. A man charming enough to make you trust him and calm enough to kill without hesitation. For months, he moved across America like a shadow, changing faces, changing cities, leaving terror behind him. 5 lives taken. One world-famous icon hunted and shot on the steps of his own home. This is not a story about a killer. It's a story about a ghost. A man who could become anyone, hide anywhere, and vanish into the very crowds he terrified. A man whose motives died with him, but a man whose final victim changed history. Tonight, we retrace the footsteps of Andrew Cunanan, a journey of lies, obsession, and a darkness so quiet you might not realize it's standing right behind you. Take a breath, dim the lights, and let's begin. If you'd like more stories like this to appear on your page, please like, comment where you are watching from, and subscribe. There are 15 chapters in this series, each with one picture looping gently. Just close your eyes, relax, and let's dive into the story together. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. A Smile That Hid a Storm. The early life of Andrew Cunanan. There is a quiet kind of mystery that surrounds the childhood of someone who will one day shake the world, a soft fog that hides early weaknesses, early wounds, and early dreams that slowly bend into something darker. Andrew Philip Cunanan was born into a world that appeared, from the outside, to be ordinary, perhaps even hopeful. Yet behind the veneer of palm trees, sunshine, and suburban promise lay the early ingredients of a personality that would learn to shift, to adapt, to charm, and eventually to fracture. His story begins long before the headlines, long before the manhunt, long before the haunting image of him becoming one of America's most wanted. It begins as so many stories do, with a child who felt the relentless pressure to become someone extraordinary, even if it meant becoming someone he was not. Andrew was born on August 31st, 1969, the youngest of 4 children in a household that never quite settled into stability. His father, Modesto Pete Cunanan, a Filipino immigrant and former U.S. Navy serviceman, carried grand ambitions that often spilled over into the expectations he placed on his children. His mother, Mary Ann, was a quiet woman whose emotional fragility often clashed with the mounting tensions inside the household. Andrew quickly became the child who received the most attention, some intentional, some accidental, and some simply the byproduct of being the one who seemed easiest for both parents to mold to those around him. Andrew's intelligence was immediately apparent. He read early, spoke fluently, and remembered details with uncommon precision. Teachers noticed his sharp mind. Classmates noticed his ability to navigate social groups. He was the type of child who seemed older than his age, a boy who watched closely, absorbed everything, and learned very young that attention could be earned not just through ability, but through performance. This would become one of the defining patterns of his life, the need to impress, to outshine, to be seen not just as enough, but as exceptional. There was, even in his earliest years, a duality about him. On the one hand, he was charming, articulate, and socially magnetic. On the other, he struggled deeply with his own insecurities. His father, noticing his potential, began treating him differently from his siblings. Andrew was given privileges, luxuries, and reassurances that subtly told him he was destined for more. He was taught that image mattered, that presentation mattered, and that success was not just desirable, it was necessary. Pete Cunanan would later describe Andrew as the child I spoiled, not realizing that in doing so, he planted the seeds of a desperate hunger for status that Andrew would carry throughout his life. Growing up in the affluent neighborhoods of San Diego, Andrew experienced the intoxicating feeling of proximity to wealth. He attended the exclusive Bishop's School in La Jolla, surrounded by the children of doctors, lawyers, and business elites. Here, the contrast between who he was and who he wanted to be became stark. Even as a teenager, Andrew learned to create a persona, to adjust his personality depending on the room, to reinvent himself whenever it suited him. It wasn't simply lying, it was transformation. He would adopt accents, invent family histories, and recite stories that made him appear cosmopolitan, connected, worldly. It was not enough for him to be liked. He needed to be admired. But beneath this confidence was a growing fear. The pressure to maintain the facade, to continually impress, became heavier as he grew older. His father's expectations tightened. His mother's emotional instability created an unpredictable home environment. Andrew learned that attention could be both a reward and a weapon, and he pushed himself to stay ahead of disappointment. Every lie made the next one necessary. Every performance demanded a larger stage. His awareness of his own sexuality added another layer of complexity. In a time and environment where openness was not easy, Andrew navigated his desires silently, often feeling the need to hide parts of himself while exaggerating others. This secrecy, combined with his talent for reinvention, shaped him into someone who could slide effortlessly into different worlds without ever fully belonging to any of them. To some, he was a gifted student, to others, a charming socialite, to still others, a young man with an almost hypnotic ability to make people feel seen. But no one, not even his family, truly saw him. The first major fracture in Andrew's young life came when his father, who had been the source of both pressure and adoration, suddenly fled the country to escape financial misconduct charges. Andrew was still a teenager when the man who had shaped so much of his identity disappeared from his daily life. The pedestal he had been placed upon collapsed with startling speed. His mother, spiraling under the strain, grew increasingly fragile. The foundation of Andrew's world, family, stability, expectation, shattered at once, leaving him standing in the debris of a life built on image rather than truth. This loss created a wound he would spend years trying to fill. In the vacuum left behind, Andrew leaned even more heavily on the persona he had built. He became increasingly determined to live the life he believed he deserved, even if that life existed only in stories he crafted. He wandered through social circles where wealth was abundant and status mattered more than anything else. He learned how to attract older men who could help him maintain the illusion of luxury. He learned how to manipulate his charm into a currency. And with each passing year, the line between who Andrew was and who he pretended to be grew increasingly thin. But at the center of his personality, something unstable was forming. The disappointments, the breaks in family stability, the growing distance between reality and fantasy. These elements began weaving themselves into the fabric of his identity. The stage he built for himself became too large to sustain, and the persona he crafted too heavy to carry. What began as a child's attempt to be extraordinary slowly evolved into an adult's desperation to avoid being ordinary. And that desperation, simmering quietly beneath the surface, would one day ignite into something far more dangerous. For now, though, Andrew was still a young man standing at the edge of his adult life, unaware of the darkness waiting to take root. The charm was still intact, the smile still bright, the lies still manageable. No one yet suspected that inside this charismatic, brilliant, unpredictable young man was a storm gathering strength, one that would eventually break with a force that would shock the world. There is a certain stillness to the years that come just before a life begins to slip out of its expected shape. Andrew's late teens and early 20s were filled with that stillness, quiet moments in which nothing dramatic seemed to be happening, yet everything was shifting beneath the surface. These were the years when the illusion he had built for himself became both his armor and his prison, when the gap between how he wanted to be seen and who he actually was grew wide enough to swallow him whole. To understand how he eventually became the central figure in a cross-country manhunt, you have to look closely at these in-between years, the ones where nothing seems dangerous at first glance, but where every insecurity is slowly sharpening its edges. After the collapse of his family home, Andrew entered adulthood carrying a unique combination of traits: extraordinary intelligence, a dazzling charisma, a deep emotional instability, and an unquenchable hunger for significance. He was not the type of young man who blended into the background. He knew how to command a room, how to turn conversation into a stage, how to read people quickly, and how to tailor his personality to match exactly what someone wanted to see. But while most people use such skills occasionally, Andrew used them constantly. It was as if every interaction was a performance, a moment where he needed to prove he belonged to the world he dreamed of living in. San Diego offered him many stages to perform on. He slipped into upscale bars, high society events, and circles of affluent older men who were drawn to his youth, his sharp wit, and his almost theatrical presence. He developed a reputation for being extravagant, dramatic, and impossible to ignore. He told stories of owning properties he didn't own, of traveling to places he'd never been, of having connections to powerful families he had never met. With each story, he layered new details onto the persona he had crafted, becoming more myth than man. But underneath that shine was a growing hollowness. Andrew had experienced privilege as a child, but only through the fragile scaffolding of his father's unstable finances. Losing that world so suddenly created a hunger for it that bordered on obsession. Wealth, for Andrew, was not just comfort, it was identity. He wanted to be seen as someone extraordinary, someone glamorous, someone whose life was touched by the kind of luxury that made ordinary problems feel distant and unimportant. And because he could not achieve it through stability or hard work, he sought it through charm and performance. He became what some described as a chameleon, not in the sense of hiding, but in the sense of blending perfectly into whatever environment offered him the most validation. With wealthy social circles, he was polished and worldly. With artists and creatives, he was romantic and unpredictable. With older men, he was attentive and flirtatious, offering admiration in exchange for the financial support that kept his lifestyle afloat. But beneath every version of himself was the same need: the desire to be worshipped, to be admired, to be seen as special. He moved through life with a kind of restless energy, drifting from one social scene to another. One night he was dazzling a room full of people at a party. The next he was spending hours studying the small details of someone's life, the kind of details he could later use either to charm or manipulate. He was a master of emotional strategy, and he used it to maintain a lifestyle he could not genuinely afford. At times, he appeared generous and affectionate. At others, vindictive and cutting. His closest friends later described him as a contradiction, someone who could be both tender and cruel, both brilliant and reckless, both deeply loyal and quickly vengeful. But no matter how admired he seemed, there was an emptiness he could not fill. His charm became a mask so permanent that he rarely allowed himself to be seen without it. And the more he relied on that mask, the more he began to lose track of where the performance ended and where he began. As he entered his 20s, that inner conflict grew sharper. He watched people around him begin to build real lives, careers, relationships, homes, while his own life remained a carefully choreographed illusion. Every time he saw someone succeed, the sting of inadequacy twisted tighter inside him. He worked odd jobs, but never committed to any long enough to build a path forward. Responsibility felt suffocating. The idea of being ordinary felt unbearable. This was the period in which Andrew began forming relationships that would later become central to the tragedy of his life. Among them were Jeffrey Trail, a former Navy officer, and David Madson, a rising young architect. These men were not simply acquaintances. They were people who saw glimmers of the real Andrew beneath the layers of reinvention. They cared for him, supported him, and offered him the kind of genuine connection he rarely allowed himself to feel. But even these friendships existed within the shadow of Andrew's insecurity. He needed them, yet he resented needing them. Their stability reminded him of his own chaos. Their kindness both comforted and unsettled him. That it was also during this time that Andrew's behavior began showing signs of deepening volatility. He oscillated between grandiosity and despair, between confidence and paranoia. When his stories were questioned, he grew defensive. When someone challenged him, he lashed out. When a relationship no longer fed his sense of identity, he abandoned it abruptly. Bit by bit, the world he built became harder to maintain. The emotional cracks widened further when his father, living overseas, began trying to reconnect with him in small, inconsistent ways. The unresolved pain of that relationship, combined with the pressure Andrew put on himself to appear successful, created a storm inside him. He felt misunderstood, underestimated, and increasingly desperate to prove that he was destined for greatness. Even if he didn't yet know what form that greatness should take, he drifted between cities, San Diego, San Francisco, Los Angeles, searching for the version of his life that matched the one he carried in his mind. But no matter where he went, the same pattern followed him: charm, performance, admiration, disappointment. And each disappointment carved away another piece of his stability. He was chasing something invisible, something he could feel but not define. And as the years passed, that sense of chasing without catching began to harden into something darker. By the time he reached his mid-20s, Andrew had become a man split between fantasy and reality. He was still dazzling, still magnetic, still capable of enchanting almost anyone he met. But he was also growing unpredictable. The charm that once seemed effortless started to feel strained. The lies became more elaborate. The performances became more desperate. Something inside him was beginning to shift in dangerous ways. These were the final years before the storm would break. Years filled with small emotional fractures that, piece by piece, weakened the structure of his identity. And though no one could see it clearly at the time, Andrew was inching toward a future where the line between who he was and who he pretended to be would snap entirely. Chapter 2: Charm, Lies, and Reinvention. A young man who became many men. There is a point in some lives where identity becomes less of a truth and more of a costume, an outfit that can be changed depending on the room, the audience, or the emotion that needs to be soothed. For Andrew Cunanan, identity was never a fixed point. It was a shifting mosaic, a collage of borrowed traits, invented achievements, half-remembered fantasies, and performances polished to perfection. His life in his early 20s became a stage on which he tried out versions of himself the way an actor tries on roles, searching for the one that would finally feel real. But nothing ever did. And so, the reinvention continued, each persona crafted with increasing confidence and increasing desperation. This was the period where Andrew fully stepped into the world of wealth and glamour, not as a participant in the traditional sense, but as someone who could mimic the behaviors, speech patterns, and ambitions of the elite with uncanny accuracy. To move through those circles convincingly, He learned the subtle details. The way to casually reference an expensive restaurant he had never visited. The way to pronounce the names of European designers he admired from afar. The way to sprinkle conversations with facts about art, travel, and culture that he had read but acted as if he had lived. He was a quick study, and he used that gift to slip seamlessly into worlds far beyond his means. In San Francisco, Andrew found an environment that embraced reinvention. The city's vibrant social scene provided endless opportunities for a young man who could talk his way into almost any gathering. He made appearances at upscale clubs, private parties, and charity events, always dressed impeccably, always carrying himself with a confidence that suggested he belonged. He floated toward older, wealthy men, many of whom found his charm intoxicating. They saw in him a brightness, a wit, a sense of possibility. Some saw vulnerability, others saw flair. They offered gifts, vacations, financial support. And Andrew, hungry for the comfort these things provided, accepted all of it with practiced grace. But every gift came with a price. The more he depended on these relationships, the more pressure he felt to maintain the illusion of someone worth investing in. His stories grew grander. He spoke of owning property he didn't own, of holding business ventures he never started, of having influential family connections that were entirely imaginary. He became a collector of details, bits of information he could weave into stories to make them convincing. And the more he lied, the more entangled he became in those lies. It wasn't enough to fool others. He needed, in some small way, to fool himself. His friends noticed the shifts. Some admired his charisma, laughing off his fabrications as part of his theatrical personality. Others worried about him, about how much he seemed to rely on being the center of attention, about his growing need to present himself as someone important, someone exceptional, someone always rising. Andrew could charm anyone, but he struggled to let anyone truly know him. When conversations turned personal, he redirected them. When someone tried to get beneath the surface, he changed the subject with practiced elegance. If someone questioned his stories, he either doubled down or became suddenly cold. He lived in a world where everything could be controlled except the truth. There were nights when the performance seemed to exhaust him. Friends recalled seeing him shift moods quickly, one moment vibrant and entertaining, the next moment quiet and distant, as if some invisible sadness had washed over him. These moments never lasted long, because Andrew was skilled at burying vulnerability beneath charm. But they were glimpses of the fragile foundation beneath the facade. Financially, he became increasingly unstable. The lifestyle he projected required money. Money he did not earn, money he often borrowed, money he sometimes manipulated out of relationships. He developed a reputation among some circles for being demanding, entitled, or unpredictable. Yet in other circles, he was still the magnetic figure who swept into a room with a smile that made people feel instantly included. He lived in a delicate balance between admiration and suspicion, and keeping that balance required constant reinvention. His relationships grew more complicated. He stopped being satisfied with attention alone and sought admiration to fill the growing void inside him. If someone failed to see him the way he wanted to be seen, he withdrew emotionally or retaliated with a sharp comment. He became possessive in friendships, jealous when others received attention he felt he deserved. And beneath all this was the fear that if people saw the truth, his instability, his lack of direction, his emotional fragility, they would abandon him. That fear drove him to create more lies, more personas, more illusions to hide behind. Yet the most dangerous shift was happening in his internal landscape. The distance between who he pretended to be and who he actually was grew wider. Every false story he told made the real Andrew feel smaller, less significant, more fragile. And as his sense of self weakened, his resentment toward those who lived the kind of life he envied grew quietly sharper. He masked that resentment well, but it lived beneath the surface, shaping how he interpreted slights, disagreements, or disappointments. This was also the period when he began to tell people that he was destined for something great. He said it casually, sometimes with humor, but there was an intensity behind the words that hinted at something deeper. He needed the world to believe in his potential because he feared there was nothing concrete beneath the performance. His ambition began twisting into entitlement, and his longing for recognition became a quiet but growing hunger. Still, he managed to maintain his place in the social world he had crafted. He had not yet crossed any lines that signaled danger. He was still a socialite, still a performer, still a young man searching for identity in a world that rewarded confidence more than honesty. But the signs of his unraveling were already there, woven into the subtle shifts in his behavior, the unpredictability of his moods, the intensity of his relationships, and the growing fragility of his self-image. No one realized yet that Andrew's reinventions were not just expressions of a creative mind. They were survival mechanisms. Each persona he built was a wall protecting him from the truth he feared most, that without the performance, he was ordinary. And being ordinary, for Andrew Cunanan, was a fate he could not accept. He did not know it yet. But he was walking toward a point where reinvention would no longer be enough to sustain him, where the mask would crack and the identity he clung to would collapse under its own weight. And when that collapse came, it would be catastrophic, not just for Andrew, but for everyone who crossed his path at the wrong moment. There is a strange stillness that comes when a person begins slipping into the roles they create for themselves. Andrew's life in his mid-20s became a delicate choreography of shifting identities, each one polished just enough to dazzle, each one layered just enough to hide something broken underneath. He was the type of man who could walk into a room and immediately sense its emotional temperature, who needed attention, who needed flattery, who needed someone to show them a world brighter than the one they lived in. His talent for reading people became the engine of his reinvention, pushing him deeper into a life where truth mattered less than applause. His friends and acquaintances often marveled at how quickly he mastered the art of belonging. Andrew never arrived quietly. He swept in as if the air itself adjusted to make space for him. He wore his clothes like statements, his gestures like punctuation marks, his conversations like performances designed to captivate. He flirted with ease, praised generously, and laughed with the kind of effortless charm that made people feel chosen. But there was always something calculated beneath the warmth, as if he were studying each reaction, each glance, each hesitation, measuring what version of himself would impress the most. In San Francisco's glittering nightlife and wealthy enclaves, Andrew found a stage that encouraged this constant transformation. He became a fixture in certain social circles, always at the right parties, always with the right people, always ready with stories that hinted at a life far more glamorous than his own. These stories became the scaffolding of his identity. The more he told them, the more real they felt, even if they contradicted each other in ways he never bothered to keep track of. The persona mattered more than consistency. He began to cultivate an image of a man who never struggled. He spoke casually about art auctions he had never attended, about expensive vacations he had never taken, about famous names he had never met. What made his lies convincing was not just his confidence, but his precision. He learned facts, geography, culture, details he could place into sentences with such ease that even the skeptical found themselves nodding along. He became an expert in creating a version of himself steeped in luxury, sophistication, and privilege, But behind that facade lived a growing unease. Maintaining an illusion takes effort, and as the roles multiplied, so did the cracks. There were nights when Andrew stayed out longer than his friends because he could not bear the silence that waited for him at home. Nights when he drank in a way that hinted at escape rather than celebration. Nights when his charm sharpened into something darker, sarcasm that stung, anger that flickered at small slights, envy that surfaced when someone else carried the kind of confidence he could only mimic. He had always been skilled at masking insecurity, but around this time, the mask began to slip in subtle ways. Friends noticed mood swings that seemed out of place in social gatherings. One evening, he was the brightest figure in the room. The next, he was unusually quiet, watching others with a look that suggested both longing and resentment. His temper began to flare in moments that didn't match the intensity of the situation. He grew possessive with friendships, especially with those who showed him affection. The idea of being replaced, ignored, or forgotten triggered something unsettled inside him. Financial strain added another layer of pressure. Andrew's taste for luxury far exceeded his ability to afford it. He relied heavily on older men who admired him, men who gave him gifts, money, vacations, and the illusion of a glamorous lifestyle. These relationships were transactional in a way Andrew never openly admitted, even to himself. He convinced himself that charm alone earned him these things, but a quiet fear lingered beneath the surface. What would happen when the charm stopped being enough? What would happen when someone saw through him? This fear began shaping his behavior. He became more manipulative, more calculating, more willing to bend conversations to his advantage. If someone displeased him, he cut them off with breathtaking swiftness. If someone questioned him, he responded with wounded indignation or sharp cruelty. If someone didn't admire him enough, he distanced himself before they could reject him. These patterns protected his ego in the moment, but slowly isolated him from people who cared about him genuinely. His relationships with Jeffrey Trail and David Madson, relationships that would later become tragically central to his story, were already showing signs of strain during this period. Andrew admired them for qualities he did not possess: their stability, their restraint, their grounding sense of identity. But admiration mixed with envy, and envy mixed with a bitterness he struggled to hide. Andrew wanted their attention, their validation, their affection, but he also resented the parts of their lives that reminded him of his own lack of direction. These contradictions wove themselves into the emotional tension that would later explode into violence. Meanwhile, Andrew's reinventions became more dramatic. He changed his look frequently: his hair, his clothing. Even the way he positioned himself physically changed depending on who he was with. He adopted new accents, new mannerisms, new ambitions. He toyed with the idea of becoming an actor, a businessman, a model, a designer. He tried on career paths the way he tried on personalities: briefly, intensely, and without commitment. Each new identity offered a spike of excitement before dissolving into the same hollowness he couldn't escape. As the pressure of maintaining these illusions mounted, Andrew began to lose touch with the boundary between reality and invention. The stories he told became not just exaggerations, but elaborate fantasies. His lies no longer served to elevate him socially. They served to shield him emotionally, to protect him from the fear that he was falling behind while everyone else was moving forward. But the more he tried to outrun that fear, the closer it clung to him. By the time he reached his late 20s, Andrew was living inside a fragile architecture of personas, each one crafted to cover a wound that kept widening. He had become dependent on the admiration of others, addicted to the sparkle of attention, terrified of being forgotten. His world was a glittering stage built on unstable ground, and although no one could see it yet, The structure was beginning to tremble. The reinvention that had once felt thrilling began to feel necessary. Necessary became compulsive, and compulsive, eventually, would become dangerous. Because beneath every persona he created, beneath every charming smile and effortless lie, something darker was stirring, something that no amount of attention, admiration, or reinvention could contain forever. Chapter 3. The Cracks in the Mirror. How Andrew's world began to fracture. There comes a moment in some lives when the illusion that once provided protection begins to weaken, when the carefully crafted versions of the self no longer feel like costumes, but like burdens. For Andrew Cunanan, this moment arrived slowly, creeping in through the small disappointments he once brushed aside and settling into the quiet spaces of his days. The man who had built himself from charm, invention, and relentless performance now found himself standing before a mirror that no longer reflected what he wanted to see. And though he never admitted it, not even to the people closest to him, something inside him had begun to splinter as he approached the later years of his 20s. Andrew's life looked, from the outside, much like it always had. Flashy, unpredictable, full of parties, full of stories. But the foundation that supported that life was eroding beneath him. His relationships grew more strained. His financial stability slipped further, and the connections that once felt effortless began requiring energy he could no longer generate. People started noticing small inconsistencies in his stories. Friends who once laughed at his exaggerations now eyed him with quiet confusion. Acquaintances who once admired him began keeping their distance. And Andrew, sensitive to even the smallest shift in attention, felt every withdrawal like a personal rejection. He sensed the change before anyone said it aloud. He could feel the air around him tightening, his once bright presence no longer commanding the immediate fascination it used to. The social circles he glided through with ease were evolving. People were growing up, building careers, forming stable relationships, creating futures that did not revolve around nightlife or luxury. And as these circles matured, the artificial grandeur Andrew had crafted for himself became harder to maintain. He could not match the real achievements of those around him, and the more he felt overshadowed, the more determined he became to inflate his image. This was the period when his lies began to shift in tone. They became less playful, less glamorous, and more defensive. He invented success where none existed, describing investments, business deals, and financial opportunities that lived only in his imagination. He boasted of connections to influential figures, claiming friendships he did not have, insisting on privileges he had never been granted. And behind the bravado was a fear he could not soothe, the fear of fading, of becoming irrelevant, of being exposed as someone ordinary. But the people who cared about Andrew the most saw something beneath the performance. They saw moments of exhaustion hidden under forced enthusiasm, flashes of sadness behind his smile, irritation that appeared suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. In private conversations, he grew more volatile. When he felt ignored, he reacted dramatically. When he felt slighted, he responded with cutting remarks. When he felt vulnerable, he covered it with arrogance, so overwhelming it left others confused and hurt. His closest friends later described feeling as if they were watching a man slowly lose control of the script he had written for himself. Meanwhile, money continued slipping away from him. Andrew had always lived beyond his means, relying heavily on gifts, loans, and the generosity of older men who found him captivating. But financial support is a fragile structure, and as relationships shifted, the flows of money became inconsistent. He hated the feeling of dependency. He hated the reality that without charm, he had nothing solid to stand on. And in his frustration, He began pushing away exactly the people who might have helped him. His relationship with Jeffrey Trail began to show signs of strain. Jeffrey, disciplined and structured from his military background, admired Andrew's intelligence but grew uncomfortable with his increasing instability. They argued more frequently, small arguments at first, ones involving money or favors, ones that Andrew blew out of proportion. Andrew wanted Jeffrey's attention, his approval, his loyalty. And when Jeffrey showed boundaries, Andrew felt betrayed. The situation with David Madson was even more complicated. David's calmness, talent, and steady sense of self made him both a source of comfort and a source of jealousy for Andrew. Their dynamic had always been emotionally charged, but during this period, Andrew's reliance on David deepened into something more frantic. He wanted connection, reassurance, and validation, yet he feared losing control of the relationship. Every moment David spent away from him, every distance he created, sparked anxiety inside Andrew. And that anxiety often emerged as manipulation or emotional unpredictability to make matters worse. Andrew was aging out of the role he had long capitalized on. He was no longer the fresh-faced, magnetic young man admired for his youth and promise. He could see younger, more confident men entering the same social spaces he once dominated. Their presence felt like a quiet threat, reminding him of time slipping away. For someone whose identity depended so heavily on admiration, this shift felt catastrophic. He tried to counter this by elevating his performances. He dressed more extravagantly, embellished his stories further, spoke louder, laughed harder. But the more he pushed, the less convincing it became. People sensed something forced in him, something frantic. They could feel that the brightness he projected came not from joy, but from fear. And fear, once it becomes visible, changes how people see you. Around this time, Andrew began exhibiting subtle signs of paranoia. He complained that people were talking about him, criticizing him, conspiring against him. He interpreted small disagreements as betrayals, minor misunderstandings as intentional attacks. He began telling friends that certain men were jealous of him, that others were trying to ruin his reputation. In reality, most of these men were simply moving forward with their own lives, unaware of the emotional storm Andrew was battling. Alcohol sharpened these fears. Nights out, once filled with celebration, began ending in arguments or emotional collapses. He accused friends of abandoning him, of not appreciating him, of not recognizing his talents. He spoke increasingly about feeling destined for something larger than his current life, something tremendous and world-changing. The line between ambition and delusion grew thinner, and always, beneath the surface, was the sense that Andrew was chasing something he could not catch. He wanted wealth without labor, admiration without vulnerability, love without compromise. He wanted the world to bend to the persona he had crafted, but the world refused to play along. The distance between the man he pretended to be and the man he was widened into an abyss. This fracture, this widening split, was the quiet beginning of the tragedy to come. And though no one realized it yet, Andrew was approaching a point where the illusion he had built would collapse completely, leaving him grasping for control in ways that would soon become dangerous. There is a moment in every unraveling when the shift from discomfort to danger becomes almost invisible. It happens quietly, often long before anyone notices. And for Andrew Cunanan, this moment arrived in those final months before his life spiraled into violence, a time when the world around him seemed unchanged, yet everything inside him was twisting into shapes he could no longer manage. The charm that once floated effortlessly from him began to falter. The lies that once dazzled began to feel heavy. The confidence that once seemed magnetic began to show hairline fractures, if anyone looked closely enough. And behind all of it was a young man who felt the ground slipping beneath his feet, terrified of what would happen if he finally lost his grip. Andrew had always believed he was destined for greatness, but that belief had begun to warp under pressure. It no longer felt like ambition. It felt like entitlement mixed with resentment, a need to justify the years he spent constructing an identity that never truly belonged to him. At every party, every dinner, every bar, he scanned the room to see who was watching him, who was impressed, who was ignoring him. His self-worth rose and fell with the reactions of others. This dependency became so intense that even a delayed compliment could sour his mood for an entire evening. His closest friends noticed the change long before they could articulate it. There were subtle moments, awkward silences that stretched too long, laughter that seemed too sharp, excitement that turned too quickly into irritation. When someone else told a compelling story, Andrew sometimes interrupted with a bigger one. When someone mentioned a success, Andrew countered with an invented achievement of his own. What had once seemed like playful exaggeration now felt competitive, even defensive. And beneath that competition was fear. Fear that he was no longer enough. Fear that others were surpassing him. Fear that his carefully crafted persona was slipping. Financial strain accelerated the emotional decline. Andrew's sources of support were inconsistent now, and without steady income, he relied even more heavily on charm to keep people close. Some of the older men who had once funded parts of his lifestyle had drifted away. Others had grown tired of his demands. A few felt manipulated and stopped answering his calls. These small rejections, which might have been manageable for another person, felt devastating to Andrew. He interpreted them not as natural shifts in relationships, but as proof that he was losing everything. This fear, combined with his increasing volatility, began to impact his relationships with Jeffrey Trail and David Madson in profound ways. Jeffrey, who had been a stable presence in Andrew's life, began pulling away. He found Andrew's behavior troubling, the unpredictability, the entitlement, the anger that surfaced with little warning. Their arguments became more frequent and intense, fueled by money, jealousy, and unspoken grievances. Jeffrey tried to maintain some distance, hoping it would calm the dynamic, but distance only made Andrew more anxious. He chased it with neediness, then masked that neediness with aggression. David, too, found himself increasingly caught in Andrew's emotional tides. David had always been the calm counterpart, steady, grounded, logical. But as Andrew became more erratic, the dynamic shifted into something far more stressful. Andrew craved David's attention but resented David's independence. He wanted David's affection but feared David's boundaries. He interpreted normal relationship space as distance, distance as rejection, and rejection as betrayal. This emotional spiraling tightened around him like a net, trapping him in a cycle of longing and resentment. The people around him could sense something was wrong, but they didn't yet understand its magnitude. They chalked up his behavior to stress, heartbreak, financial trouble. They saw the edges fraying, but still believed that Andrew's charm would eventually reassert itself. They didn't see the darker transformation happening behind closed doors, the late nights where Andrew stayed awake replaying slights, the mornings when he woke with a restless energy that felt closer to desperation than motivation. His paranoia grew more pronounced during this period. He complained about people talking behind his back, spreading rumors, trying to ruin his reputation. He began naming individuals he believed were out to get him, often citing incidents that were misunderstandings or situations he had exaggerated in his mind. He believed people owed him loyalty he had not earned and respect he had not secured. When someone disagreed with him or questioned him, He responded with outrage far greater than the situation required. These outbursts left people stunned and uncertain, unsure how to navigate the increasingly unstable man they had once adored. Andrew's sense of identity became even more fragmented. He shifted between personas rapidly, adjusting his tone, his stories, even his values depending on who he was with. In one crowd, he was the cultured world traveler. In another, he was the self-made investor. Among close friends, he was the misunderstood genius. But the more he reinvented himself, the more disoriented he became. He no longer knew which version of himself was closest to the truth. And as the lies accumulated, they became harder to maintain, more tangled, more contradictory. When someone pointed out inconsistencies, Andrew reacted with fury, as if the truth itself were an attack. This emotional turmoil was exacerbated by substance use. Nights that once involved casual drinking turned into heavier indulgence. Alcohol lowered the barriers between his personas and the chaotic emotions underneath. Under its influence, he became bolder, angrier, more accusatory. He brought up grievances that had little basis in reality, insisted on slights that hadn't occurred, and constructed narratives in which he was unfairly victimized. His friends began walking on eggshells around him, unsure how he might react to even harmless comments. There were moments, though, when Andrew's vulnerability flickered through. Moments when the facade dropped just enough for those who knew him best to see the pain he carried. He spoke occasionally, usually in whispered, late-night conversations, about feeling left behind, feeling invisible, feeling like he had wasted his potential. He confessed that he feared becoming a failure, that he envied those who had stability, purpose, direction. But as soon as these moments of honesty passed, the mask returned, more rigid than before. For Andrew, the idea of failure was unbearable. It threatened the entire architecture of his identity. It suggested that the persona he had perfected for years was nothing more than a fragile illusion. And that fear, sharp, relentless, unyielding, pushed him toward choices that grew darker by the day. And here, quietly, the shift from internal collapse to external danger began. Because once the illusion became impossible to maintain, once the persona became too heavy to carry, Andrew looked outward for something or someone to blame. And in that shift, the tragedy that would soon shock the world began to take shape. Chapter 4. The First Shadow Falls. The Murder of Jeffrey Trail. There are moments in a life where everything turns, moments so quietly devastating that the person involved rarely realizes the full weight of what is happening until it is far too late. For Andrew Cunanan, that moment came in the spring of 1997, a season when his world, already cracking under pressure, finally split open. What began as emotional turbulence escalated into a confrontation, and that confrontation became a point of no return. It was during these weeks that the first shadow fell, when the tension between Andrew and the people closest to him transformed into something violent, irreversible, and chillingly decisive. The tragedy that would become national news began not with a calculated plan, but with a young man spiraling toward desperation. To understand how the murder of Jeffrey Trail became the first step in Andrew's deadly spree, one must look closely at the emotional terrain Andrew was navigating in the months leading up to that night. His financial stability had collapsed almost entirely. The relationships he once relied on were slipping away. His confidence, the armor he had polished since adolescence, was cracked and barely holding together. And in the spaces between these failures lived an anger that had been simmering for years, fed by envy, rejection, disappointment, and a sense that the world had denied him the greatness he believed he deserved. By early 1997, Andrew had become increasingly volatile. Friends felt uneasy around him, unsure which version of him they would encounter. One day he was charming and affectionate. The next he was irritable, accusatory, or withdrawn. His false stories grew more extreme, no longer clever embellishments, but delusions that hinted at deeper instability. And behind all of this was a fixation on the relationships he feared losing, especially the one he had with Jeffrey Trail. Jeffrey was a former Navy officer who had taken on a stabilizing role in Andrew's life. He was grounded, disciplined, and patient, traits that often soothed Andrew's chaotic moods. But as Andrew's behavior grew increasingly erratic, Jeffrey found himself growing distant, uneasy, even frustrated. He had confronted Andrew about his lies on more than one occasion, urging him to get his life under control. Andrew, fragile beneath the surface, took these confrontations as betrayals. Their friendship, once a source of comfort, had become a source of tension. They argued more frequently, sometimes about money Andrew owed, sometimes about Andrew's manipulation, sometimes about the emotional storms that seemed to erupt without warning. Jeffrey, though compassionate, was slowly beginning to pull away. And Andrew, sensing this shift, responded with a mix of panic and fury. Losing Jeffrey felt like losing a part of the audience he depended on. It felt like rejection, and rejection was something Andrew could not tolerate. During this time, Andrew had also been clinging to his relationship with David Madson, whose gentle presence offered a temporary refuge from the storms inside him. But that relationship, too, had begun to change. David had taken steps to distance himself, increasingly uncomfortable with Andrew's volatility. He did not want to sever ties completely, but he needed space. Andrew interpreted his need for space as abandonment, something he experienced not as a normal part of relationships, but as a profound personal failure. By April of 1997, Andrew's life was collapsing on multiple fronts. He was broke, depressed, paranoid, and nursing a growing resentment toward the people he once held closest. His world, built on attention, admiration, and illusion, was shrinking, and he felt trapped inside it. He told people he was heading to Minneapolis to straighten things out, but those who knew him best sensed something darker beneath the trip. There was a tension in his voice, a restless energy in his movements, as if he were preparing for something he could not articulate. When Andrew arrived in Minneapolis, the atmosphere between him, Jeffrey, and David was already strained. Conversations were clipped. The warmth that once bound them together had faded. There were unresolved arguments hanging in the air, accusations, debts, emotional wounds that had never been addressed. But Andrew, consumed with the fear of losing control, approached the situation with a volatile combination of charm and aggression that he demanded attention. He demanded reassurance. He demanded that the relationships return to the easy comfort they once had. But relationships cannot be forced back into place, and the more Andrew pushed, the more tension grew. Jeffrey and David both sensed the emotional storm inside him, and though they tried to navigate it carefully, the pressure kept building. What happened next is still pieced together through witness accounts and forensic evidence, because by the time the night was over, the truth had been buried beneath violence. But what is known as this: a confrontation erupted inside David Madson's apartment, where Andrew was staying. A confrontation not born out of long-planned intent, but out of emotional chaos that had been building for months. Andrew, feeling betrayed by Jeffrey and abandoned by David, faced a moment where his identity, the fragile persona he had spent years protecting, felt on the brink of collapse. And in that moment, something inside him snapped. The weapon was a claw hammer taken from the apartment, a tool never meant for violence, but transformed into one through the force of Andrew's rage. The attack was sudden, brutal, and fueled by a storm of emotions. anger, fear, humiliation, desperation. Jeffrey had walked into the apartment unaware that the tension had reached a breaking point. He had come to talk, to settle the conflict, perhaps to defend David, perhaps to defend himself from Andrew's increasingly erratic behavior. But the argument escalated. Words were exchanged, sharp, painful words that landed like blows. And then, in a moment of terrifying clarity, the violence erupted. The act itself was savage and personal. It was not distant or calculated. It was intimate, frenzied, the kind of violence that does not come from a place of control, but from a place of emotional collapse. When the attack ended, the silence inside the apartment was thick and suffocating, the kind of silence that marks the end of one life and the irreversible transformation of another. For Andrew, that silence was the moment he crossed the line he could never uncross. The world would later try to understand what drove him to this point. Mental instability, narcissistic collapse, emotional desperation, latent rage, but the truth was simpler and more tragic. Andrew had spent his entire life constructing an identity based on illusion. And when that illusion cracked, he lashed out at the people who stood closest to him. He had now taken a life, and in doing so he had set himself on a path that could only end in further darkness. The facade he had built for years had shattered with a single act of violence. And instead of pulling back, instead of seeking help, instead of surrendering to consequences, Andrew chose to keep moving forward, into the shadows, into a world where fear, rage, and desperation would fuel every decision he made next. Everything changed that night. For Jeffrey, for David, and for Andrew, who stepped fully into a darkness from which he would never return. There is a moment after an act of violence when time seems to lose its shape, when the world becomes strangely still, and the person responsible stands suspended between who they were minutes before and who they have become. For Andrew Cunanan, the apartment in Minneapolis became that suspended moment. It was the threshold he could never step back across. The air was thick with horror, and the walls felt too close, too silent. In the aftermath of the brutal attack on Jeffrey Trail, Andrew found himself standing face to face with a reality he had spent years trying to outrun. And instead of recoiling from it, something inside him hardened. What happened in those immediate minutes after Jeffrey's death is something no one will ever fully understand. There were no eyewitnesses, no recordings, no surviving roommates who could explain what passed across Andrew's face as he realized what he had done. But the aftermath offers clues. Andrew did not flee immediately. He did not collapse. He did not surrender. Instead, he began to move with a cold, calculated focus that contrasted sharply with the emotional chaos that had led to the killing. It was as if a switch had flipped, shifting him from irrational panic to a chilling, almost mechanical determination, the first instinct most people might expect. Remorse, fear, shock did not seem to guide him. Instead, Andrew began arranging details, thinking ahead, deciding what came next. He dragged Jeffrey's body across the floor toward the bedroom, leaving a long smear of blood behind him. He wrapped the body in a rug or blanket. Accounts differ, but the intent was the same: concealment, control, preparation. These movements, grim and methodical, marked a disturbing shift in Andrew's mindset. The act of violence had not broken him. It had unshackled something inside him. What Andrew did not fully grasp, or perhaps refuse to accept, was the state David Madson was now in. David, who had walked into the apartment and discovered the aftermath, or possibly witnessed parts of the confrontation, was frozen in shock. The details of David's presence are debated, but what is certain is that he did not leave the apartment that night. He was psychologically trapped in a nightmare he had never imagined himself part of. Whether out of fear, loyalty, confusion, or the sheer paralysis of trauma, he remained in the apartment with Andrew, an unwilling witness to the first murder in a spree that had just begun. For Andrew, David's presence complicated everything. He could not risk David calling the police, could not risk a panicked escape, could not risk losing control at the very moment he felt he needed it most. And so the hours that followed became a psychological battle, quiet, suffocating, and intensely one-sided. Andrew alternated between charm and coercion, between pleading and threatening, between fragile dependency and frightening dominance. It is believed he tried to justify what had happened, twisting the narrative into something survivable for himself. He may have told David that Jeffrey had provoked him. He may have blamed the emotional tension between the three of them. He may have said he hadn't meant to do it, but no amount of explanation could reverse the reality. David was terrified. In the space of a few hours, the man he had once cared for had become someone he no longer recognized. He watched Andrew clean, rearrange, plan, all with a calmness that did not match the horror unfolding around them. And the longer the night stretched on, the clearer it became to David that he was not simply a witness. He was now part of the story Andrew was constructing. Over the next day, Andrew and David left the apartment briefly. This detail has long puzzled investigators. How a man could accompany a killer in public. But trauma does not always produce rational behavior. David was in shock. He was afraid. He may have believed cooperating, even temporarily, was safer than attempting to escape. Andrew, meanwhile, clung to David not out of affection but out of necessity. David represented stability, familiarity, loyalty. In Andrew's mind, twisted now by panic and delusion, David might have seemed like the last person left who could still be persuaded to stay at his side. Inside the apartment, Jeff's body remained hidden, the silence around it heavy and foreboding. But outside, Minneapolis moved with its usual rhythm. People went to work. Children went to school. Cars passed by without knowing that inside one unit of a peaceful building, a life had been extinguished and another man held captive in fear. This contrast, the ordinary world continuing while a nightmare played out in secret, added an eerie stillness to the unfolding tragedy as hours passed. Andrew's mind spiraled deeper into a distorted logic. He convinced himself that the situation could still be managed. He believed he could control the narrative, control David, control the consequences. But beneath that fragile sense of control was a growing desperation. He knew, on some level, that he was past the point of return. The life he had built from charm and illusion was gone. His reputation, his relationships, his future, all of it had been severed the moment Jeffrey died. And once a man steps into that kind of darkness, the question is no longer whether he can turn back. It is how far he will go to avoid facing the consequences. As the night passed into morning, the pressure inside the apartment intensified. David, exhausted and terrified, found himself caught between two unthinkable choices: attempt to flee and risk immediate violence, or remain with Andrew and hope the situation might somehow stabilize. In the logic of trauma, staying might have seemed like the only survivable option. But that choice placed him directly in the path of the horror that was still unfolding. Andrew, for his part, could feel the walls closing in. Panic mingled with denial. Denial mingled with rage. He had crossed a line, and now everything in his life seemed to hinge on what David would do next. And deep down, he may have suspected the truth. David knew too much. David had seen too much. David could not simply walk away, not in Andrew's mind, not in the version of events he now felt compelled to control. What began as a desperate attempt to hold on to a crumbling world was quietly turning into the second stage of a tragedy. The first shadow had fallen with Jeffrey's death. The next was forming Slowly, inevitably, as Andrew's mind twisted further into darkness and his grip on reality loosened with every breath. And by the time the sun finally rose again, the man Andrew had once been was gone. In his place stood someone colder, more desperate, and far more dangerous. Chapter 5. A Lover, a Secret, a Turning Point. The Death of David Madson. There is a certain kind of silence that follows violence, a silence that does not comfort, does not calm, but instead tightens around a person like an invisible rope. After the murder of Jeffrey Trail, that silence filled every corner of David Madson's apartment, lingering in the air as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. For David, that silence was suffocating. For Andrew, it was the sound of the world narrowing to a single, desperate point. And in that suffocating quiet, the second tragedy of Andrew's descent into darkness began to take shape. David had been one of the most important people in Andrew's life, perhaps the only person who had ever seen glimpses of the real man beneath all the performances. Their relationship had always been complicated, tender at times, strained at others, a mixture of affection, longing, frustration, and unresolved emotions. They shared moments that hovered between friendship and romance. Moments that comforted Andrew when the world felt too heavy. But by early 1997, their paths had begun to diverge. David was stabilizing his life, advancing his architectural career, surrounding himself with healthier connections. Andrew, meanwhile, was spiraling, emotionally, financially, psychologically. Yet despite their differences, there was still a bond between them, something unspoken and unfinished. And as the night unfolded after Jeffrey's death, that bond became a terrifying anchor that held David in place, trapping him in a situation he had never imagined himself facing. And no one knows exactly what words passed between Andrew and David during those long, dreadful hours after Jeffrey's murder. Some believe Andrew pleaded with David, begging him not to leave. Others believe he shifted between rage and sorrow, blaming Jeffrey for provoking him, blaming David for drifting away, blaming the world for failing to give him the life he believed he deserved. What is certain is that Andrew leaned heavily on the emotional history they shared, using it, bending it, twisting it into something he could control. David, in shock and reeling from the horror he had witnessed or discovered, was not thinking clearly. Trauma blurs logic. Fear distorts decision-making. And for David, the man standing in front of him was not a stranger. He was Andrew, someone he had once cared for, someone he had once tried to help. Even in terror, a part of him may have believed he could calm the situation, reason with Andrew, wait for an opportunity to escape or get help. But another part of him surely knew the truth. He was no longer safe. Andrew, meanwhile, clung to David with an intensity that bordered on desperation. In the aftermath of killing Jeffrey, Andrew's world had collapsed. Every illusion he had carefully built for years had shattered at his feet. And in that ruined emotional landscape, David was the only familiar figure left, the only connection to a version of Andrew that had not yet been tainted by darkness. Andrew fixated on that connection, convincing himself that if he could keep David close, he could somehow maintain control of the crumbling story. David became not just a companion, but a lifeline Andrew refused to let go of. The next morning, the two men left the apartment. The decision itself remains one of the most haunting details of the entire case. How could David walk beside a man who had just committed such violence? How could he get into a car with him? How could he not run? But trauma does not behave like logic. Victims often remain near their captors due to shock, fear, coercion, emotional paralysis, or hope for de-escalation. David was not simply a hostage. He was a man in psychological freefall. And Andrew, sensing this vulnerability, stepped deeper into the role of both protector and captor. He reassured David, pressured him, manipulated him. He insisted they could fix things. He insisted they needed each other. And beneath every word was the dark truth that Andrew could not allow David to leave. Not physically, not emotionally, not as a witness. They drove out of Minneapolis, heading toward rural areas, parks, and lakes, places Andrew claimed would give them time to think. David, frightened and exhausted, followed because he had no other choice. Witnesses later reported seeing the two men together during these hours. Some described David as subdued, quiet, walking with Andrew but not speaking. Others described Andrew as oddly composed, even cheerful, as if nothing catastrophic had occurred. This contrast, one man in terror, the other performing normalcy, captured the psychological divide between them. Andrew saw escape everywhere except where it truly mattered, within himself. David saw no escape at all. The car stops, the quiet moments near water, the isolated trails. They all became stages where an impossible emotional battle played out. David wanted to survive. Andrew wanted to maintain the illusion that they were still connected. And beneath that, in a place Andrew refused to acknowledge openly, was fear. The fear that David would leave him, tell the truth, expose him, abandon him the way so many others had at by midday. The tension between them had hardened into something combustible. Andrew was unraveling rapidly, oscillating between pleading and threatening, between affection and accusation. His mind had become a battlefield of conflicting impulses, guilt, pride, paranoia, and the desperate need to control a world that was slipping through his fingers like sand. The more the panic tightened its grip on him, the more dangerous he became. David, sensing Andrew's volatility, may have tried to calm him, to appeal to reason. Or he may have realized, too late, that Andrew had already crossed a psychological threshold from which there was no return. In Andrew's unraveling worldview, David was no longer a trusted companion. He was a witness, a person who could break the illusion, expose the truth, and accelerate Andrew's downfall. That possibility, in Andrew's collapsing mind, became unbearable in the hours leading to the tragedy. The atmosphere around them felt charged, heavy, almost cinematic in its inevitability. There is a haunting stillness that survivors describe when they speak about moments before violence, an instinctive awareness that something terrible is coming, even if they cannot name it. All signs point to David having felt that stillness, and all signs point to Andrew having felt cornered by a reality he could no longer manipulate. By the time they reached the isolated area near East Rush Lake, the emotional tension between them had reached a breaking point. The silence between them was no longer the silence of shock. It was the silence of two men standing at the edge of an irreversible fate, one terrified and the other unraveling by the minute. The tragedy that would follow was not born from a single moment of rage, but from the long, devastating collapse of a man who had built his entire world on illusion. And in that collapse, David became the second victim of a storm he could never have stopped. There are places in nature where the quiet becomes unsettling, too wide, too empty, too still. And it was in such a place, near the frozen stillness of East Rush Lake, that the fragile thread connecting David Madson and Andrew Cunanan finally snapped. What happened in those final hours is a tragedy marked by fear, heartbreak, confusion, and the irreversible momentum of a man spiraling far beyond the reach of reason. If Jeffrey's death was the first crack in Andrew's crumbling world, David's death was the shattering of the foundation beneath it. The drive out of Minneapolis that morning was filled with an eerie tension. Witnesses described seeing two men together, one looking subdued, withdrawn, dazed, the other appearing composed in a way that seemed unnatural, almost rehearsed. That contrast, the quiet panic of David and the unnerving calm of Andrew, can be understood only through the emotional chaos they had been living in since the night before. David was terrified, but he was also trapped in a psychological fog. The person sitting beside him was someone he had known, cared for, and once trusted. The shock of witnessing or discovering the brutal murder of Jeffrey had left him unable to fully process his options. Every instinct told him to run, but every movement felt monitored, every word weighed, every escape blocked by Andrew's unpredictable emotional state. Shock often immobilizes, and for David, that immobilization placed him in a deadly orbit around Andrew. For Andrew, the hours after Jeffrey's death had cemented a dark idea, that the world had cornered him, that the people closest to him had betrayed him, and that he had no path left except forward into chaos. His reasoning had become distorted. The boundary between reality and the stories he told himself had dissolved. He saw David not only as someone he loved, but as someone who could reveal the truth, someone who could contradict the persona he clung to, someone who now held a piece of his future in his hands. That combination, love, fear, and the need for control, became a volatile, combustible mix as they drove deeper into rural areas, leaving Minneapolis behind. Andrew's desperation sharpened into something colder. He tried to convince himself there was still a way to fix everything, still a way to regain control, still a way to preserve the image of himself he had spent years maintaining. But that illusion was impossible to sustain. Reality had already overtaken the story, and the more Andrew sensed David slipping emotionally away from him, the more threatened he felt. When they reached the isolated area near East Rush Lake, the landscape stretched around them in barren silence. The winter air was sharp, the frozen water unmoving, the sky pale and oppressive. It was the kind of place where sound seemed to vanish as soon as it was made. And for two men carrying the weight of an unthinkable event, that silence only magnified the fear inside them. David stepped out of the car, and for a moment, brief, almost imperceptible, there may have been hope. Hope that Andrew would calm down. Hope that he would let David go. Hope that reason would reemerge through the fog of panic and delusion. But Andrew's mind had already crossed a line. He believed the situation was spiraling beyond his control, and he feared that losing David now meant losing everything forever. His thoughts were no longer linear, no longer rational. They were driven by panic and the desperate instinct to erase the evidence of his collapse at some point during their time near the lake, likely after an argument, perhaps after a moment of pleading, perhaps after a word or gesture that triggered Andrew's deepest insecurities. Andrew made his decision. It was not a calculated decision. It was the decision of a mind collapsing inward, a decision born from the unbearable tension between wanting David close and fearing what David might do. The gun Andrew carried, a weapon he had taken from Jeffrey before the murder, became the final instrument in his unraveling. When he raised it, the world around them went unnaturally silent, as if the frozen landscape itself held its breath. What happened next occurred in seconds, but carried the weight of years of emotional turmoil. The shots broke through the stillness, echoing across the water and disappearing into the cold air. And when the echoes faded, the second victim of Andrew's descent lay still on the frozen ground. David Madson's death was not just the loss of a promising young architect, not just another tragic moment in a spree that was only beginning. It was the severing of one of the last emotional tethers Andrew had to the world. With David gone, Andrew was free-falling with nothing left to ground him. The love he once felt, the comfort he once sought, the hope he once harbored, all of it shattered with the pull of a trigger. After the killing, Andrew moved with the same chilling calmness that had followed Jeffrey's murder. His actions were deliberate, calculated, stripped of panic. He left David's body near the lake, positioning it in a way that suggested some twisted attempt at order. There was no attempt to disguise the murder. Instead, it seemed Andrew believed he had crossed so far into darkness that concealment no longer mattered. Or perhaps, in his fractured logic, he believed the world had wronged him so deeply that the consequences no longer applied, that he returned to the car alone. The silence around him heavier now, darker, almost suffocating. The cold winter air did nothing to cool the fevered storm inside him. He drove away from the lake with a new and chilling clarity, a clarity born not of reason, but of detachment. The emotional connection that had once tethered him to humanity was severed. There were no more illusions left to protect, no more relationships left to salvage, no more boundaries left to keep him from slipping entirely into violence. The death of David Madson marked the turning point in Andrew Cunanan's spree. Until that moment, he had been a man unraveling, a man losing control, a man spiraling. After that moment, he became something colder, someone who believed he had nothing left to lose. The fear that once consumed him began transforming into a strange, almost hollow confidence. A dangerous freedom took hold. He was no longer running from consequences. He was running through them. With David gone, Andrew turned the wheel toward his next destination, already sensing the path ahead would be darker, faster, and far more terrifying. And in the quiet interior of the car, with the engine humming beneath him and the winter landscape rushing by, the man Andrew had once been disappeared completely. In his place was someone who had stepped fully into a shadow he could not escape. Chapter 6. A Descent Without Brakes. The Killing of Lee Miglin. There are turning points in every tragedy where the pattern becomes unmistakable, where the path forward is locked not by logic, but by momentum. After the deaths of Jeffrey Trail and David Madson, Andrew Cunanan was no longer the desperate young man scrambling to repair his collapsing world. He had entered a different psychological territory entirely, one defined by detachment, fatalism, and a chilling clarity that emerges only after a person has crossed every internal line they once feared. And it was in this state, emotionally severed, mentally untethered, that Andrew drove south, leaving Minnesota behind as if he were shedding the last remnants of his old identity. The car hummed beneath him as he traveled through the Midwest, the road stretching out like a long, indifferent ribbon. He had no meaningful destination, no plan beyond staying in motion. Movement became his only comfort now. As long as he kept driving, as long as the wheels kept spinning, the weight of what he had done felt farther away. But no road, no matter how long, can outrun consequence. And as Andrew's car cut through the silence of early spring highways, he steered himself, consciously or not, toward a place where tragedy waited in quiet suburbia. Chicago in early May carried the strange energy of a city emerging from winter. Trees were beginning to bloom, the sun hung longer in the sky, and the wealthy neighborhoods of Gold Coast and Lincoln Park were settling into the calm predictability of late afternoon routines. It was in this landscape that Andrew would come across his next victim, a man who had no connection to him, no history with him, no reason to suspect that danger was about to step across his manicured driveway. His name was Lee Miglin, and he was a symbol of everything Andrew admired and resented in equal measure. Lee Miglin was a prominent real estate developer, the kind of man who embodied success through discipline, vision, and years of steady work. He was respected, accomplished, and deeply rooted in the Chicago elite. His home reflected his life, impeccably maintained, elegant but understated, a testament to stability and earned comfort. For Andrew, who had spent years performing wealth without truly possessing it, a man like Miglin represented everything he could never have. He was the embodiment of real achievement, the kind Andrew had always pretended to possess but could never materialize. And so when Andrew arrived in Chicago, worn from days on the run but carrying a strange, hollow confidence, he was entering a psychological collision course. Whether he chose Lee specifically or encountered him by chance has been debated endlessly, because Andrew never lived to tell the story. There was no clear link between them, no known meeting, no prior grudge or grievance. The randomness of it only makes what happened next more haunting, more surreal, more devastating. What is certain is this. Andrew found himself near the Miglin residence on the morning of May 3rd, 1997. Some believe he stalked the house for hours, watching from the shadows with the calculating stillness of someone who had nothing left to lose. Others believe he encountered Lee unexpectedly, perhaps in the garage, perhaps during a walk, perhaps in a moment of opportunity discovered by chance. The truth has evaporated into the fog of speculation. But however the two men crossed paths, the encounter would become one of the most disturbing and senseless killings in Andrew's spree. For Lee, the morning likely began like any other. The routine of a successful man in his 70s. Emails, calls, errands, perhaps a quiet moment in the garage preparing for the week ahead. He had no reason to expect danger. No reason to see the shadow that stepped into his path, and no reason to believe that the young man approaching him carried within him a storm of fear, delusion, and rage wrapped tightly around a core of despair. The attack that followed was not impulsive in the way Jeffrey's had been, nor emotionally tangled like David's. It was something darker, a manifestation of Andrew's psychological descent into a place where violence had become a language, a solution, a terrible form of self-preservation. It revealed the transformation inside him, from a man falling apart to a man who now wielded destruction with an eerie sense of purpose, in the quiet privacy of the Miglin garage. Far away from witnesses, Andrew overpowered the elderly man. The assault was prolonged, brutal, and carried out with a mix of tools and weapons found nearby. It was a moment where the full force of Andrew's collapse exploded outward. This was no quick impulse. There was rage in the method, desperation in the decisions, and a chilling sense of determination in the cruelty. It was as if Andrew needed to assert dominance over someone who embodied stability, control, and success. All the things Andrew believed had slipped forever from his reach. And yet, within that brutality, there was another layer, one that remained unsettling in its contradiction. Andrew did not flee as soon as Miglin was dead. Instead, he lingered in the house, moving through the rooms like an intruder not in a hurry, but claiming space. He ate food from the kitchen. He shaved and cleaned himself in the bathroom. He changed clothes. He walked through the house with the disturbing comfort of someone settling into a temporary sanctuary. The ease with which he moved through the Miglin home suggested something frightening. Andrew was no longer merely running. He had embraced a form of presence within chaos. He had crossed the line from panic-driven violence to a colder, more detached kind of survival. In taking over the house, even briefly, Andrew indulged in an illusion, a fantasy of wealth, comfort, and control he had always chased but never earned. The house became a stage, and he walked through it as if the life he envied could still be borrowed, even as it lay shattered in the garage. But fantasy is always temporary. And the moment Andrew took Miglin's Lexus and fled the city, the illusion dissolved behind him. Chicago would awaken to a horror that would ripple far beyond state lines. The authorities would connect the dots. The media would seize the story. And Andrew, speeding away from the elegant quiet of the Gold Coast, became no longer a man on the run. He became a fugitive whose spree now stretched across states and bodies. Inside the stolen car, highway lines blurred beneath the tires as Andrew drove away from the life he had imitated and destroyed. He carried nothing with him except momentum and a growing sense that the world was now watching, hunting, closing in. But instead of slowing him, this belief fed something dark inside him. He began to see himself not as a man crashing toward doom, but as a figure moving through a story that had already cast him as its central, tragic force. The killing of Lee Miglin was not only another act of violence. It was the moment Andrew embraced the persona of a hunted man fully, irrevocably, and without hesitation. There are certain moments in a person's downfall where the descent shifts from chaos to inevitability, where the actions taken no longer feel like decisions, but like the unstoppable momentum of a life already in freefall. After Andrew Cunanan murdered Lee Miglin, this shift became unmistakable. He was no longer simply reacting to emotional collapse. He was driving straight into darkness with a horrifying sense of calm, as though each new act of violence was another step he had accepted long before it happened. And in the hours and days following the Miglin murder, Andrew's transformation into a fugitive fully emerged. After killing Miglin, Andrew remained in the home far longer than anyone expected of a man on the run. It was as if he believed, even for a brief moment, that he could pause the world outside, eating food from the kitchen, using the bathroom, changing clothes, grooming himself. These actions were chilling not because they were practical, but because they were deliberate. They revealed a psychological shift. Andrew was no longer scrambling to hide from his own actions. He was creating a new identity out of them. Andrew. Occupying the Miglin home meant stepping, however briefly, into the life he had always chased. The luxury around him, the stability represented by the elegant decor, the wealth reflected in every corner of the house. All of it reflected the world he spent years trying to imitate. And walking through those rooms, he behaved not like an intruder terrified of discovery, but like someone who believed he belonged there. It was a performance, but it was also a confession. He wanted this life. He had always wanted this life. And for a few hours, he acted as if it was finally his. But outside the house, reality continued without him. Miglin's wife, Marilyn, was away on business. Neighbors followed their normal routines. The city moved with its usual rhythm. And Andrew, lost inside a delusional sense of control, remained dangerously unaware of how quickly the tide was turning against him. It was only when he took Miglin's Lexus, a sleek, green luxury car equipped with a tracking system, that he unknowingly triggered the next stage of the manhunt. The moment the vehicle began moving away from the Chicago neighborhood, the silent technology nestled within its engine alerted authorities. It was an invisible alarm, one Andrew never anticipated. By the time he was speeding down the highways of Illinois, the FBI had already been notified, but Andrew did not yet know that the net was tightening. In his mind, he was still guided by a strange sense of destiny. The killings had pushed him beyond the boundaries of his old identity, and now he seemed to believe he was shaping a narrative larger than himself. Some killers panic. Andrew did not. With each mile, his detachment grew stronger, his sense of self harder, his grip on reality looser. He headed south, leaving behind the cityscape for quieter stretches of road. The Lexus glided smoothly across state lines, the luxury of the car almost mocking the brutality that had led him to it. Inside, Andrew was both the driver and the character in the story he believed was unfolding, a story in which he was the central figure, watched by an invisible audience, misunderstood yet unforgettable. He had spent his life performing for admiration, and now he performed for infamy. To the world. However, Andrew was not a tragic figure. He was a growing threat. The FBI now connected the murders in Minneapolis to the murder in Chicago. A pattern was emerging, a trail of violence stretching from the upper Midwest into the heart of the country. News broadcasts began mentioning his name. Mugshots appeared on screens. Detectives from multiple states began sharing information. And Andrew, speeding down the highway with the radio on, may have heard his own name announced in breaking news segments, something that would only push him further into the dangerous illusion that he was at the center of a national drama. But the road offered no safety. Every mile brought new risks. The Lexus's tracking signal, although sometimes inconsistent, provided law enforcement with a broad outline of his direction. Agents were dispatched. Alerts were sent to patrol cars. Toll booths, gas stations, and highway cameras became potential points of recognition. The chase had officially begun. Meanwhile, Andrew continued his journey in a state of eerie calmness. Witnesses later described seeing him at gas stations or convenience stores. Unhurried, composed, even polite. He did not behave like a man terrified of capture. He behaved like someone who believed he was meant to keep moving, meant to continue this descent, meant to reach whatever dark place awaited him next. His detachment showed in other ways too. He made no effort to discard evidence. He made no attempts to disguise himself. He drove openly. He stopped freely. He acted as if the consequences no longer applied to him. And perhaps, in his shattered internal landscape, they no longer did. As he traveled further south, he abandoned the idea of blending in. Instead, he leaned into the momentum of the spree. His next decisions would reveal something even darker. Andrew was no longer running from punishment. He was running towards something only he could see, something shaped by delusion, entitlement, and the belief that the story of his life had reached a point where violence was the only language left to speak. By the time Andrew crossed into Pennsylvania, the tension around him grew thick. He could feel the world watching, even though the highways were mostly empty. He sensed the pursuit, not through clarity but through paranoia, through the quiet delusion that he was both hunter and hunted. The killing of Miglin had not brought him satisfaction. It had brought him certainty. Certainty that he had become something he once feared, something he once fantasized about, something he could no longer control. The Lexus continued to hum beneath him, its engine a steady reminder that he was still in motion. But with each mile, the inevitable truth drew closer. Andrew was not escaping. He was accelerating toward the next moment in his unraveling, the next victim, the next act in a spree that was now consuming him entirely. By the time he neared his next target, Andrew had fully shed the last layers of his old self. The desperate young man who once longed for admiration was gone. The charming socialite was gone. The anxious, insecure manipulator was gone. All that remained was a man moving without brakes, dangerous, untethered, and propelled by a darkness he could no longer resist. Chapter 7. Cross-Country Panic. The murder of William Reese and a nation on alert. There are moments in a manhunt where fear begins to travel faster than the fugitive himself. Moments when a nation realizes that the danger is no longer contained in one city, one neighborhood, or even one familiar pattern. After leaving Chicago, Andrew Cunanan became not just a killer on the run, but a moving shadow drifting across state lines, unpredictable in his direction and terrifying in his momentum. The murders of Jeffrey Trail, David Madson, and Lee Miglin had already drawn national attention, but the story was spreading with a growing urgency. No one knew where Andrew was heading. No one knew who he might target next. And no one knew what fueled him now. That fear, paranoia, and fatalism had taken complete control of his mind. In the days after the Miglin murder, Andrew continued driving east in the stolen Lexus, the car gliding through the flat stretches of Indiana and Ohio. He barely stopped, pausing only for gas or brief moments of rest, always keeping himself just ahead of the news cycles broadcasting his name. The vehicle was elegant, quiet, and powerful, an uncomfortable contrast to the chaos unfolding around him. Inside that car, Andrew was alone with his unraveling thoughts, his mind twisting into a mixture of delusion and resignation. He had no destination, no real plan, no clear motive guiding his next moves. But that lack of direction made him even more dangerous. For someone like Andrew, detached from reality, fueled by a sense of destiny twisted by fear, the idea of being unpredictable became a kind of refuge. The world could not corner him if even he didn't know where he was going. But the Lexus was a problem. Its tracking system, though imperfect, had already alerted authorities in multiple states. Law enforcement knew, broadly, which direction he was traveling. Checkpoints were set up. Patrol cars were instructed to watch for him. Helicopters hovered above highways. His face appeared on breaking news alerts. And though Andrew remained unaware of how closely he was being followed, there was a growing pressure building around him. The pressure became impossible to ignore when he pulled into a truck stop in rural Pennsylvania. Whether he sensed something was wrong or simply felt watched, something shifted inside him. He began acting differently, more alert, more suspicious. The paranoia that had simmered beneath his actions for months flared sharply. He realized that the car he was driving was no longer a shield. It was a beacon. If he stayed in it, his freedom would collapse within hours. So he did what desperate fugitives often do. He went looking for another vehicle. The next hours of Andrew's journey are marked by a wandering anxiety. He drove through small towns, passing farms, construction sites, gas stations, and parking lots. He scanned the world with darting eyes, evaluating cars, their locations, their owners. He needed something ordinary, something forgettable, something that wouldn't draw attention. And as he drove deeper into rural New Jersey, he found exactly what he was looking for. In a quiet cemetery in Pennsville, a caretaker named William Reese was going about his routine. He was a modest, hard-working man, devoted to his family, consistent in his habits, and known for his gentle nature. His car, a red 1995 Chevrolet pickup truck, was parked nearby. It was the kind of vehicle that blended effortlessly into the landscape, the kind of truck Andrew believed could give him the anonymity he now needed. What followed was a tragedy as sudden as it was senseless. There was no confrontation rooted in emotion this time. No personal history, no betrayal. Reese had never met Andrew. He did not know Andrew's name. He had no connection to the growing storm that had swallowed the Midwest. All he did was walk into the wrong moment. The moment Andrew decided he needed his vehicle. When Andrew approached him, Reese likely felt only confusion. A stranger walking toward him in broad daylight. A stranger whose face would later appear across every news station in America. A stranger who seemed oddly calm for someone on the brink of committing another murder. The fatal encounter lasted only seconds. Andrew shot Reese once, precisely, decisively, with the same cold efficiency that had begun to define his movements. He left Reese's body on the floor of the cemetery building, taking nothing from him except the keys to the truck. And just like that, a man known for his kindness and quiet work became the fourth victim of Andrew's spree, murdered not out of passion or rage, but out of sheer utility. This killing marked another shift in Andrew's transformation. It showed that violence had become not only a tool, but a reflex. He no longer needed emotional triggers. He no longer needed personal grievances. All he needed was necessity. and the willingness to eliminate anything that stood between him and escape. With the keys in hand, Andrew abandoned Miglin's Lexus and climbed into the pickup truck. It was the perfect vehicle for disappearing, common, nondescript, easily overlooked. As he pulled away from the cemetery, the quiet parking lot faded behind him, leaving a life extinguished and another crime scene soon to be discovered by a horrified colleague. And with that act, Andrew vanished again as he drove deeper into the northeast, weaving through rural roads and small-town highways. His face now covered the evening news, but he remained invisible in the vast sprawl of America's backroads. Authorities were stunned by the randomness of his targets. There was no pattern beyond motion, no motive beyond necessity, no psychological map that could predict where he would strike next. The nation felt the ripple of panic. Here was a killer with no fixed direction, no clear intentions, and no restraint. Someone capable of killing for personal reasons as deeply as killing for convenience. Someone who could strike in a major city or a quiet cemetery with equal ease. Someone who had already crossed state lines with a terrifying speed and who showed no signs of stopping. Every update from investigators brought more fear. A fugitive with nothing to lose, that a killer moving faster than the news could track, that a spree escalating into something unprecedented. Families locked their doors. Gas station attendants watched customers with unease. Patrol cars roamed highways with heightened vigilance. And somewhere along those roads, Andrew drove through the night, his eyes focused ahead, his mind racing with a mixture of adrenaline, fear, and the strange certainty that he had become untouchable. But he was not untouchable. He was hunted, and with Reese's death, the net around him began to tighten in ways Andrew could not yet imagine. There are moments during a manhunt when the public's fear begins to eclipse the actions of the criminal himself, when the name of a fugitive becomes a whispered warning, a headline repeated so often that it feels like a shadow cast across an entire country. After Andrew Cunanan murdered William Reese, the shadow he cast stretched wider and darker than ever before. What had begun as a private collapse in Minneapolis was now a national crisis unfolding across maps, borders, and newsrooms. And in the days after Reese's death, Andrew became more than a killer. He became a ghost moving through an America that no longer felt safe. When investigators discovered William Reese's body inside the small, quiet cemetery building, the scene felt surreal. Reese had been a gentle man, someone whose life revolved around routine, family, and work. The brutality of his sudden death stunned his community. The randomness of it terrified everyone who heard the story. For investigators, the motive became clear within minutes. The truck was gone. And because the Lexus used in the Miglin murder was found parked nearby, there was no doubt who had taken it. Andrew had made a decision that defined the rest of his spree. He killed not out of anger or emotion, but out of convenience. That shift was decisive. It meant that anyone, anywhere, at any moment, could become his next target. Authorities knew that a murder committed for a vehicle indicated desperation. It meant Andrew was aware that law enforcement was closing in. It meant he knew the stolen Lexus had become a liability. It also meant he was thinking about escape, not surrender. And this made him infinitely more dangerous. But Andrew did not behave the way the FBI profilers expected. Many fugitives in his position would stick to dense urban areas, where blending in is easier. Others would head for remote wilderness, hoping to disappear entirely. Andrew did neither. Instead, he moved along an erratic path, guided less by strategy and more by impulse. He stayed on small roads, passed through small towns, and made choices that seemed arbitrary. But in their unpredictability, those choices became a shield. The truck blended into the rural landscape almost perfectly. It was the kind of vehicle so common in the Northeast that no one would give it a second glance. And Andrew, for all his emotional volatility, still understood how to adapt. He changed clothes again, altered his appearance slightly, and adjusted his mannerisms. He reduced his flair, toned down his charm, quieted his presence. He became, for brief stretches, unremarkable. But internally, he was unraveling that as he drove through New Jersey and into Pennsylvania. Andrew's mind moved rapidly between panic and delusion. He was terrified of being caught, yet convinced he could still outsmart the world. He was exhausted, yet unable to rest. The radio carried news updates about him, stories he could not ignore. His face stared back at him from gas station televisions. Journalists speculated about his motives, his past, his psychological state. They recounted his murders in stark detail. And though Andrew likely felt a jolt of fear hearing his own name spoken by anchors, there was also something more dangerous beneath it. A flicker of validation. For years, Andrew had longed to be seen, to be remembered, to be admired or feared or envied. Anything but forgotten. And now, with every headline, every breaking news segment, every image of his face on screen, he felt the twisted confirmation that the world was finally watching. Not in the way he once hoped, but watching nonetheless. But attention comes with consequences. As national coverage intensified, the country became hyper-aware. Calls flooded police stations. People reported sightings in multiple states, some credible, most imagined. Every man who resembled Andrew, by even the smallest detail, became a potential threat. The psychological impact rippled from coast to coast. Meanwhile, Andrew kept moving. He stopped at a few gas stations, always choosing locations away from major highways. Surveillance footage from these stops later revealed something chilling. Andrew was calm, almost eerily composed. He bought snacks or drinks with cash. He kept conversations minimal. He avoided eye contact when possible. He looked neither panicked nor hurried, but held himself with a blankness that suggested the numbness of someone who had drifted so far from consequence that even fear had dulled. But there were moments, fleeting, telling moments, when that numbness cracked. At one rest stop, he lingered inside the truck longer than necessary, his head bowed, hands gripping the wheel as if he were trying to hold himself together. At another, he seemed to scan the parking lot repeatedly, eyes darting from person to person in a way that betrayed paranoia. These glimpses revealed the internal struggle he carried, the battle between a man trying to stay ahead of his own destruction and the man already drowning in it. As the manhunt intensified, authorities expanded their search to neighboring states. Toll booths were monitored. Patrols increased. Local officers were briefed on behavior patterns. Flyers were distributed widely. The FBI placed Andrew on their 10 most wanted list, an act reserved only for fugitives considered an immediate and continuing threat to the public. Andrew's name now sat beside the most dangerous criminals in the country. Official confirmation that his spree had grown into a national emergency. The inclusion on the list was not symbolic. It meant higher priority, more resources, more coordination. It meant that Andrew could no longer slip from state to state unnoticed. Eyes were everywhere. Helicopters circled. Patrol cars hid near entrances to highways. Officers scrutinized motel registries. And yet, Andrew still managed to stay ahead, moving quietly, without pattern, never lingering too long in any one place. But while he was physically ahead, psychologically he was deteriorating. The stress of constant motion eroded what little stability he had left. The adrenaline that had fueled him for days began to ebb, replaced by exhaustion and growing paranoia. The isolation pressed in tightly. The weight of the murders lingered behind him like shadows he could not outrun. And as his resources dwindled, the desperation inside him grew sharper. Yet in that desperation, Andrew began to feel something else too, a sense of fatalism. The belief that he could not survive this, not truly. That every mile he traveled was narrowing his options, not expanding them. That his story now had a limited number of possible endings, and none of them involved escape or redemption. But he kept driving anyway, because movement was the only thing he had left, because stillness meant confronting the ruin he had created, because, in some dark way, he felt propelled by the story unfolding around him, a story he could not stop, could not reverse, could not rewrite. With the murder of William Reese, Andrew had crossed yet another threshold. And as the panic spread across the country, the world braced for what he might do next. Chapter 8. America Hunting a Ghost. The growing fear of a killer unbound. There is a phase in every manhunt where the fugitive stops being a singular threat and becomes a symbol, an echo in the collective imagination, a presence felt in every quiet corner and every nervous glance over the shoulder. After Andrew Cunanan murdered William Reese and vanished into the American landscape with the caretaker's pickup truck, he became precisely that, a symbol of danger without pattern, a predator without logic, a ghost without a clear direction. His movements were no longer merely unpredictable, they were almost spectral. And for law enforcement, the challenge was not just tracking him. It was understanding the mind of a man who had already severed the last threads tying him to ordinary human behavior. The atmosphere across the country shifted in those first days after Reese's death. News anchors raised their voices with urgency, radios crackled with updates, and newspapers printed Andrew's face on front pages from New York to Los Angeles. Phrases like armed and extremely dangerous, no discernible motive, and random victims added layers of fear to an already unsettling story. In suburban neighborhoods and quiet rural towns, places unaccustomed to the idea of a spree killer on the loose, parents double-checked locks, late-night workers took new routes home, and people studied the faces of strangers more closely than ever before. For investigators, the anxiety was sharper still. Andrew's spree had already crossed multiple state lines, with no sign of slowing. He had killed friends, acquaintances, and now a complete stranger. He had used weapons ranging from a hammer to firearms, stolen multiple vehicles, and moved through communities without leaving consistent clues. His pattern was not a pattern, it was chaos. And chaos proved far harder to anticipate. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit sifted through Andrew's history, trying to find threads that might predict his next move. They studied his childhood, his relationships, his lies, his fantasies of grandeur. They dissected the emotional fractures that had shaped him. But what emerged was not clarity, it was contradiction. Andrew could charm one moment and explode the next. He craved admiration, yet resented those he saw as more successful. He longed for connection, but feared vulnerability. He chased wealth, yet sabotaged every chance to achieve it. This internal storm made him uniquely dangerous. He did not kill for a single reason, and thus could kill for any reason. Meanwhile, Andrew kept traveling. The pickup truck moved steadily through the East Coast, Pennsylvania, maybe Delaware, perhaps even circling briefly through Maryland or New York before slipping southward. The exact route remains uncertain, lost to the passages of time and the scattered nature of eyewitness reports. But what is certain is that he drove with a purpose only he understood, avoiding major highways at times, then reappearing in busy areas without hesitation. He seemed both invisible and brazen, careful yet impulsive. It was as if he were navigating not the physical world, but the maze inside his own mind. During these days, Andrew existed in a state of near-constant paranoia. Though he remained eerily calm to outsiders, the tension inside him began to manifest in small, telling ways. His grip on the steering wheel tightened at the sight of patrol cars. His posture stiffened whenever he passed through tolls. He watched mirrors obsessively, scanning for headlights that lingered too long behind him. And when he stopped at gas stations, he moved with a rigid alertness, shoulders high, eyes scanning, body taut with the readiness to flee. Yet even in paranoia, he displayed moments of unsettling composure. He asked for directions once or twice, speaking politely, showing no visible nervousness. He bought food and supplies using cash, his tone soft, his gestures controlled. The people who interacted with him afterward described him as quiet, almost gentle, nothing like the image of a spree killer plastered across the news. This duality made him even more elusive. The monster the nation was hunting could slip easily into the role of an unremarkable traveler. Authorities felt the weight of every hour he remained at large. They knew Andrew was not just running. He was unraveling. And an unraveling man can turn violent in an instant. They placed undercover officers in truck stops, disguised agents in convenience stores, circulated internal memos urging caution. But the country was vast, and Andrew had vanished into its backroads like a wisp of smoke. What made this moment in the manhunt so frightening was not just Andrew's mobility, but his mindset. He had become untethered from remorse, disconnected from reality, and driven by a blend of panic and grim resolve. His murders had escalated in brutality, and the randomness of his chosen victims created a chilling realization. Andrew no longer needed a reason to kill, that he needed only an opportunity. For Andrew himself, isolation was beginning to alter his thoughts in dangerous ways. The lack of sleep, the constant driving, the awareness that he was being hunted, these pressures warped his sense of time and identity. He no longer measured days by sunrise or sunset, but by the distance between one gas station and the next. He no longer experienced silence as peace, but as a ringing echo of the horrors behind him. Sometimes, perhaps, he allowed himself to consider surrender. The idea may have flickered across his mind in moments of exhaustion or despair, but each time it surfaced, a darker thought overshadowed it. Surrender meant facing what he had done, accepting the collapse of his identity, admitting the failure he had spent his entire life fighting against. For a man who had always crafted fantasies to protect himself from reality, surrender was something he could not comprehend. And so he chose movement. Movement was escape. Movement was distraction. Movement was a thin veil between him and the consequences chasing him. But movement alone could not keep him hidden forever. The tipping point came when the truck, William Reese's truck, was finally recognized. Somewhere along the winding back roads of the eastern United States, someone saw it. Someone compared the description with the news. Someone made the call, and that call sparked a shift in the manhunt, a shift that would drive Andrew into his next phase of desperation, one that would lead him farther south, past familiar landscapes, and into the humid, sunlit labyrinth where the world least expected him to go, to a place where he had once imagined he might find glamour, to a place where he would instead find the beginning of the end. There are moments in a nationwide manhunt when the fear becomes almost physical, an atmosphere, a tension, a heaviness that follows ordinary people into grocery stores, onto highways, into the quiet of their living rooms. After William Reese's murder, the fear surrounding Andrew Cunanan reached that level. The country did not simply feel aware of him. It felt haunted. He was no longer a figure contained in breaking news alerts. He was a presence, a shadow, a name whispered with unease across thousands of miles. And as the days stretched on with no capture, Andrew seemed to dissolve into the fabric of America itself, drifting from state to state like a ghost refusing to be pinned down. Authorities were desperate for leads. Every hour that passed without an update heightened the sense that Andrew was outmaneuvering them, slipping between cracks too small to predict. The pickup truck he had stolen from Reese was reported in multiple locations, some accurate, some mistaken, all frightening. A red truck could be anywhere. Every time someone spotted one parked on a street or pulling into a gas station, the possibility sent officers rushing in. People began to second-guess every stranger. It wasn't paranoia. It was precaution in the face of a killer who had proven he could strike anywhere, at any time, for any reason. The FBI held press conferences, releasing updates about Andrew's possible routes. Maps were displayed, lines drawn across states tracing his last confirmed appearances. Flyers with his face, eyes dark, expression unreadable, hung in post offices, supermarkets, gas stations, and diners. The image became a familiar one, unsettling in its stillness. There was something about Andrew's face in that photograph that made people uneasy. Maybe it was the intensity of his gaze, maybe the slight tilt of his mouth, maybe the unsettling calm that belied the violence he had already committed. Whatever it was, his face became a warning. In Philadelphia, a man swore he saw Andrew entering a convenience store. In Baltimore, a woman claimed she saw him filling a gas can. In Delaware, a toll booth operator believed he recognized him from the way he held his shoulders. Sightings multiplied, some plausible, others wild, all taken seriously. The FBI sifted through the calls, trying to filter the real from the imagined. But Andrew's unpredictability made everything difficult. He did not fit the pattern of a man hiding. He moved with bursts of speed and long pauses of invisibility. He avoided major highways, but occasionally drove directly through populated areas. He stopped at gas stations for minutes, but sometimes stayed parked for hours without moving. People wondered what kind of thoughts were swirling inside his mind. How did he justify what he had done? How did he process the destruction he left behind? Did he see himself as trapped, or chosen, or unstoppable? The reality was likely none of those fully. His mind was a storm of conflicting impulses, sharpened by fear, dulled by fatigue, distorted by the spiral he had been falling through for months. He was not thinking in straight lines anymore. He was reacting, improvising, chasing an invisible horizon. Meanwhile, investigators were piecing together everything they could about Andrew's past, hoping his history would offer clues. They spoke to former friends, old acquaintances, club owners, bartenders, landlords. They dug into his finances, his habits, his favorite hangouts. Patterns emerged, patterns of excess, manipulation, charm, and instability. They learned about his flamboyant presence in San Diego and San Francisco, his wealthy older acquaintances, his obsession with status and appearance, his fractured relationships. But none of that told them where he was going. It only confirmed the complexity of the man they were chasing, a man skilled at becoming someone else, someone always shifting, always adapting. Law enforcement agencies across multiple states coordinated with increasing urgency, sharing intel in real time, tracking every rumor. Patrol cars were stationed near state borders. Some rural towns were advised to remain vigilant, though not alarmed. An impossible balance for communities now living with the knowledge that a spree killer could emerge from any dark road at any hour. Restaurants posted Andrew's photo beside their doors. Hotel clerks studied every guest who approached the counter. Even truck drivers, men and women used to long, solitary hours on the road, found themselves glancing at passing vehicles more often, wondering if the man in the truck beside them might be Andrew. And still, Andrew moved. The fact that he remained undetected for so long became a kind of psychological torment for authorities. It was not incompetence. It was the vastness of the world Andrew was hiding in. Rural backroads can swallow a person whole. Motels require only a fake name and cash. Small diners ask few questions. Andrew knew how to blend in when he needed to. His charisma, once used for social climbing, had become a survival tool, allowing him to navigate spaces without drawing attention. And the truck he drove, so common and ordinary, gave him the camouflage his flamboyant personality could not. For the American public, each passing day brought a growing fear. There was no sense of safety, no understanding of Andrew's next move. He had killed 4 people in 3 states. He had crossed boundaries without hesitation or pattern. He had shown a willingness to kill emotionally, impulsively, and pragmatically. The profiles circulating through law enforcement channels warned that Andrew was no longer bound by rational constraints. His spree had become its own logic, driven by stress, fear, fantasy, and the singular belief that he had gone too far to turn back. Night after night, helicopters combed through wooded areas with spotlights. Officers patrolled with high alertness. Yet Andrew continued to evade capture, as if slipping between the beams of light, moving through the shadows with a fugitive's instinct perfected not by skill but by desperation. Then came the moment that changed the direction of the manhunt. A credible sighting, one that could not be dismissed, placed Andrew farther south than anyone expected. Not in the Northeast, not circling the Midwest, not hiding in rural enclaves, but heading toward the one place no one believed he would dare go, at a place glittering with heat and wealth, at a place built on illusions and reinvention, at a place where Andrew had once imagined himself belonging. Florida. He was heading toward Miami, and the world, already on edge, braced for the next chapter in a story growing darker by the day. Chapter 9. A Star in His Sights. Cunanan's obsession with Gianni Versace. There are moments in a man's life when fantasy becomes more than imagination, when it transforms into a fixation so deeply rooted that it blurs the line between admiration and resentment, longing and envy, desire and destruction. For Andrew Cunanan, that fixation took the form of a man whose life represented everything he craved yet felt denied. A man whose name shimmered like a symbol of beauty, success, and cultural immortality. A man whose world glittered with the kind of luxury Andrew had spent years pretending he possessed. That man was Gianni Versace. Long before Andrew ever set foot in Miami, the seeds of his obsession with Versace had already been planted, quietly, subtly, in the corridors of nightclubs, in whispered stories among friends, in the fabric of Andrew's fantasies about who he believed he should have been. In the 1990s, Versace was not simply a designer. He was a force. His fashion house was at its peak, draping the world's most famous faces in bold colors, daring silhouettes, and unapologetic glamour. He lived a life that blended art and luxury so seamlessly that it felt untouchable. And to Andrew, a young man who spent his life trying to inhabit borrowed elegance, Versace represented the ultimate ideal. What made the obsession deeper, more personal, were the stories Andrew told, stories whose truth remains uncertain to this day. He claimed, more than once, that he had met Versace years earlier in San Francisco. Friends remembered him describing an encounter so vivid, so detailed, that it sounded entirely possible, until one considered Andrew's lifelong habit of blurring reality with fantasy. Some believed the meeting happened. Others believed Andrew invented it. But what matters most is how Andrew felt about it.tom. The connection, real or imagined, became a trophy, proof that he had once stepped into the orbit of someone extraordinary, proof that he was not just another young man drifting through life, but someone chosen, someone seen, someone with a foot in the world of brilliance and fame. Whether the meeting actually occurred mattered less than the meaning Andrew attached to it. And in the years leading up to his spree, that meaning grew sharper in Andrew's fragmented mind. Versace symbolized everything he had lost: status, admiration, wealth, beauty, belonging. The things he once conjured through charm and invented stories were slipping out of reach. His illusions were crumbling, his relationships collapsing, his finances disintegrating. But Versace, distant, untouchable, revered, remained a glowing reminder of the life Andrew believed he deserved. The obsession simmered quietly, feeding on Andrew's insecurities. Each time he felt overlooked, he remembered the aura of people who were adored. Each time he felt powerless, he thought of men whose names commanded rooms. Each time he felt his identity fading, he latched onto the image of a man who embodied unmistakable presence. And slowly, dangerously, admiration turned into fixation. Andrew fled across the country, driving through back roads and small towns in a haze of panic and fatalism. The idea of Miami began to form in his mind like a distant lighthouse. Miami was Versace's city, sunlit, vibrant, drenched in glamour. It was a place where beauty was currency, where reinvention was expected, where someone like Andrew could briefly pretend to belong. It was also a place where Versace lived openly, luxuriously, surrounded by adoration and success. Miami represented everything Andrew's life was not, and everything he felt entitled to be. By the time he reached the South, exhaustion had carved shadows beneath his eyes. His mental state was deteriorating. He was no longer driven solely by fear of capture. He was being pulled by a darker emotional gravity, one that circled around the idea of Versace like a black star. He might not have been consciously planning his next move, but the edges of his thoughts had begun closing in on a single point. As he entered Florida, the humidity pressed thickly against his skin. Palm trees lined the roads. Neon signs flickered outside late-night restaurants. The environment felt surreal, almost cinematic, as if Andrew had stepped into the set of a story he had been rehearsing in his mind for years. The fantasy he once carried quietly began merging with the reality he was now hurtling toward. And it was in this fevered psychological landscape, part delusion, part longing, part resentment, that Andrew began imagining the final act of his spree. The idea of Versace was no longer simply admiration. It was a symbol of triumph, of recognition, of twisted justification. To Andrew, who had been stripped of identity, status, and stability, Versace represented the ultimate figure through which he could reclaim a sense of significance, no matter how dark or catastrophic the method. But Andrew was not yet in Miami Beach. He was still traveling, still slipping through Florida's highways, still clinging to the last fragile threads of the narrative he had created for himself. In motel rooms, he likely saw Versace's face in magazines. In bars, he might have heard the designer's name floating through conversations. Every reminder sharpened the fixation further. Every passing image strengthened the idea that destiny, however twisted, was pulling him closer to Versace's orbit. Meanwhile, Miami itself moved with its usual rhythm. Tourists sipped cocktails along Ocean Drive. Locals jogged along the beach in the early morning sun. The Versace mansion, Casa Casuarina, stood in its familiar splendor, gates ornate, walls immaculate, the fountain sparkling beneath the Florida sky. Inside, Versace worked, designed, lived, unaware that a storm was heading toward him. A storm wearing the face of a young man who believed he had nothing left to lose. For Andrew, the journey to Miami was not simply a geographic movement. It was psychological destiny. He was not heading toward a place. He was heading toward an idea, a fixation, a final stage in the fictional story he had been writing about himself long before the first murder. And with each mile he drove, with each hour that passed, the shadow of obsession grew larger, darker, more dangerous. What awaited him at the end of that road was unthinkable. But in Andrew's unraveling mind, it felt like arrival. The ghost America was hunting was about to step into the brightest light of all. There are obsessions that flicker like candlelight, brief, harmless, forgotten. And then there are obsessions that grow roots, weaving themselves deep into the psyche until they become indistinguishable from identity itself. Andrew Cunanan's fixation on Gianni Versace belonged to the second category. It was not admiration, not fandom, not even envy. It was a tangled, feverish myth he had written into his own story, a myth that grew sharper and more intoxicating as his life collapsed around him. And as he drifted closer to Miami, the myth became a magnet pulling him toward an ending he believed was already written. To understand the weight of that obsession, one has to understand who Versace was in the mid-1990s, not just as a designer, but as a cultural force. Versace was boldness made visible. His work drenched the world in color and confidence. Celebrities adored him. Models revered him. His designs defied the era's minimalism, insisting instead on opulence and theatricality. He was adored by the fashion industry, admired by the public, known intimately in elite creative circles. And for a man like Andrew, who had always revolved his identity around the illusions of glamour and belonging, Versace represented the apex of everything he believed should have been his. But admiration alone does not birth obsession. What did was the collision between Andrew's crumbling reality and the shining world Versace inhabited. As Andrew spiraled into instability, he fixated on symbols of success, people who had achieved the admiration he could no longer counterfeit. Versace, with his wealth, his fame, his beauty, and his creative genius, became the embodiment of Andrew's deepest insecurities and his most desperate desires. That it was during Andrew's chaotic cross-country escape that the obsession fully crystallized. The murders behind him blurred into a shadowy timeline, but the idea of Versace remained vivid. In motel rooms across the South, Andrew likely flipped through magazines featuring the brightly lit runways of Milan or the ornate designs that had become synonymous with Versace's name. These images were like sparks, rekindling the old fantasies Andrew had woven for years. He had told people, repeatedly and confidently, that he and Versace had once met, that Versace had recognized him, admired him, even flirted with him. Whether any of it was true mattered less than the story itself. In Andrew's fractured mind, the story was real because he needed it to be real. It validated him. It fed the narrative in which he was remarkable, desirable, unforgettable, a man destined, always, to stand in glamorous circles. But now that his life had collapsed, now that he was a hunted fugitive, the memory of that meeting, real or imagined, took on a new meaning. It became a symbol of the identity he had lost, a symbol of the world he believed had rejected him, a symbol of the life he thought he deserved, but which had slipped forever out of reach. The moment Andrew crossed into Florida, that symbol began transforming into something darker. The bright, humid air felt foreign after the cold landscapes he had driven through. The neon lights of Miami flickered like illusions. The smell of ocean and perfume drifted through the streets. It was as if he had stepped into a dream constructed from every fantasy he had ever carried about wealth, desire, and belonging. Miami Beach pulsed with life, salsa rhythms spilling from open-air bars, tourists strolling along Ocean Drive, palm trees swaying beneath the steady hum of summer heat. And in the midst of the city's glamour stood Casa Casuarina, Versace's mansion, rising like an unreal monument of Mediterranean beauty amid the tropical chaos. The mansion looked like something out of a storybook, ornate iron gates, mosaics glittering beneath the sun, balconies sculpted with impossible detail. For Andrew, seeing it was like seeing destiny in stone, standing outside those gates, perhaps for minutes, perhaps hours. Andrew was no longer the man he had been. He was a figure collapsing inward, a ghost watching the world he always wanted from outside the bars. The mansion was everything he craved yet could never touch. Wealth earned through talent, beauty rooted in creativity, admiration grounded in authenticity. It was a world Andrew could only mimic to understand what happened next. One has to imagine Andrew's psychological landscape in that moment. He had lost his friends, lost his chance at normalcy, lost the illusions he spent a lifetime building. He had become infamous, not admired, hunted, not celebrated, unraveling, not rising. His identity, once a performance of grandeur, had dissolved into fear and rage, and standing outside Versace's mansion, he faced the ultimate symbol of that loss. Andrew would walk those streets many times in the days leading up to July 15th. He blended into the crowds with surprising ease. Miami was a place where boldness was common, where eccentricity blended seamlessly into the background. Against the tapestry of tourists, nightlife, and locals, Andrew looked like just another passing face. He stayed in cheap motels. He scrounged for food. He walked the city with a calculated quietness, his eyes always drifting toward Casa Casuarina. Some believe Andrew intended to confront Versace. Others believe he came seeking recognition. Others still believe he saw Versace as the final symbol of everything he resented: wealth, success, artistry, belonging, beauty. What is certain is that Andrew's presence in Miami became a psychological ticking clock, each passing day tightening the emotional tension inside him, each sight of Versace's house pulling him deeper into a delusional logic that he grew thinner, more exhausted. His paranoia sharpened. The Florida heat pressed down on him, amplifying the fatigue that had been building since Minneapolis. But through it all, the fixation burned steadily. He circled the mansion. He studied the routines. He watched from shadows cast by palm trees and neon lights. And all the while, the world outside Miami had no idea he was there. The country believed he was still somewhere in the Northeast. The FBI continued chasing shadows across multiple states. News anchors speculated endlessly. Experts sketched maps and offered theories. But Andrew, quiet, taut, and unraveling, had reached the city that symbolized the end of his story. Versace woke each morning unaware of the storm gathering in the margins of his life. He walked to his favorite cafe. He returned home along the familiar stone steps. He lived with the ease of a man who had spent decades building a world of beauty and accomplishment. And Andrew watched it all with a mixture of longing, fury, and twisted certainty. Two men living in the same city. Two men walking the same streets. One adored. One forgotten. One a creator. One a destroyer. One unaware that the other had already decided their stories would collide. What happened next would shock the world. Chapter 10. A City of Sunshine. A Week of Terror. Miami before the shooting. There are cities that seem to exist in their own rhythm. Places saturated with sunlight, sound, color, and movement. Miami in the summer of 1997 was one of those cities. The heat hung heavy in the air. The ocean shimmered with its familiar turquoise glow, and tourists wandered along Ocean Drive in a constant stream. Cafes buzzed with conversation, nightclubs throbbed with music, and the pastel-colored buildings of South Beach radiated a kind of dreamlike charm. It was a place that felt alive, even in its quietest hours. But beneath that brightness, something darker was beginning to take form. A shadow had slipped into the city, tired, sunburned, hungry, and invisible. His name was Andrew Cunanan. For nearly 2 months, Andrew had been a ghost haunting the edges of the country. But when he reached Miami, something shifted. The city did not swallow him in fear or suspicion. It did not tighten around him with police barricades or flashing lights. It welcomed him, unknowingly, the way it welcomed thousands of strangers every week. And Andrew, exhausted from the road and hollowed out by the weight of his spree, found in Miami a strange mixture of anonymity and familiarity. It was a place where he could disappear, yet remain surrounded by the kind of glamour he had always chased. The first days in Miami were marked by a quiet desperation. Andrew checked into a small, rundown motel, the Normandy Plaza, paying cash for a room so simple it felt like a cell. The bed creaked. The water ran lukewarm. The wallpaper peeled. But to Andrew, it was shelter, a place to sit in the heavy air and silence, trying to make sense of the chaos he had left behind. He rarely stepped outside during daylight in those first days, choosing instead to stay inside with the curtains drawn, smoking, pacing, lying flat on his back as the ceiling fan groaned overhead. But Miami was a city that pulsed too loudly to ignore, even for a man sinking into paranoia. By night, Andrew stepped out into the fluorescent glow of cheap convenience stores, the neon flicker of bars, and the humid breeze rolling off the sea. He moved quietly, avoiding eye contact, keeping his head down. But occasionally, in brief flashes, the old Andrew resurfaced, the Andrew who once commanded rooms with a smile. Those who interacted with him in passing described him as polite, soft-spoken, unassuming. Nothing like the fugitive whose face was spreading across the country. He slipped into diners and ordered small meals he could barely afford. He browsed store aisles, stealing razor blades and snacks when the money ran out. His weight had dropped. His clothes hung loosely on him. The Florida heat made him sweat through his shirts, leaving salt stains across the fabric. He walked with a kind of tired stiffness, the exhaustion of months spent in fear settling deep into his bones. And yet, despite how he looked, despite the fact that his face was on the FBI's most wanted list, almost no one recognized him. Miami's rhythm, fast, loud, transient, made it easy for him to blend in. People came and went. Tourists drifted in and out like waves. Even locals often kept to themselves. It was a city built on reinvention, and Andrew slipped into its anonymity like a man disappearing beneath the surface of the sea. While he wandered, Casa Casuarina loomed like a dream. The mansion stood proudly on Ocean Drive, its ornate coral-colored walls rising behind black iron gates. Versace's signature Greek key patterns framed the doorway. The courtyard inside glittered with mosaics and gold accents. Every detail radiated wealth, artistry, and beauty. And every time Andrew passed by, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, he felt something tightening inside him. Something that mixed longing with rage, admiration with resentment, fantasy with inevitability. Versace, for his part, lived those days with the comfort of routine. He walked to the news cafe in the morning for coffee. He returned home with shopping bags. He greeted neighbors with a smile. He was working on new projects, traveling occasionally, surrounded by friends and staff who adored him. He had no idea that a man watched him from a distance. No idea that the final days of his life were quietly unfolding in the periphery. And yet, during that same week, a quiet tension began rippling through Miami's law enforcement agencies. Rumors circulated that Andrew might have slipped into the city. A few vague tips surfaced, nothing solid, but unsettling in their implications. Officers were briefed. Patrols increased slightly. But Miami was vast, crowded, diverse, unpredictable. And Andrew was careful. He avoided nightlife districts he once would have gravitated toward. He avoided gay clubs that had once been his comfort zones. He avoided conversation unless absolutely necessary, but money was running out. Food was running out. His physical strength was draining. And the longer Andrew stayed in Miami, the more desperate he became. One night, he pawned a stolen gold coin at a local shop, an act that would later become a crucial lead for investigators. The pawnshop owner remembered him. Quiet, tired, nothing remarkable. He used a fake name, left with a few dollars, and walked back out into the humid night. Inches away from recognition, he slipped through everybody's awareness like smoke. The FBI was only steps behind him, but Miami's layout and Andrew's anonymity created a maze. Each day he survived felt like borrowed time. Each night the city swallowed him again. And the more he walked near the mansion on Ocean Drive, the more the lines between his fantasies and reality began to blur. Andrew had always lived in the performance of identity. In Miami, where identity was fluid and ever-changing, he drifted deeper into the delusion that the story of his life and the life of Versace were connected, two men destined, in his unraveling mind, to collide. The mansion became less of a building and more of a symbol, a shimmering reminder of everything he had once pretended to be. A symbol of beauty and success he would never achieve. A symbol of glory that felt just out of reach. He began to walk by it more frequently, sometimes in the early morning, sometimes in late afternoon shadows, sometimes at night, when the street was quieter except for the hum of passing cars and distant laughter. He watched the steps, the doorway, the wrought iron gate. He watched Versace return home. He watched the staff come and go. He watched the patterns of the day as if studying a script. The weeks stretched on like a slow tide, each day pulling Andrew closer to a breaking point he no longer had the clarity to resist. And all the while, Miami lived its usual life, sunlit, buzzing, beautiful, unaware that a tragedy was quietly forming in its heart, preparing to unfold in front of the world's eyes. There are days in a city's history that appear perfectly ordinary until, in hindsight, they reveal themselves as the final calm before a storm. Miami in the week leading up to July 15th, 1997, existed in exactly that kind of deceptive calm. Tourists filled the sidewalks. The ocean shimmered with its usual brilliance, and Casa Casuarina glowed in the Florida sun like a jewel set in coral-colored stone. Nothing in the air gave hint that one of the most shocking crimes of the decade was quietly orbiting toward that very street. And yet, in the shadows of that dazzling city, Andrew Cunanan continued to unravel, slowly, silently, inevitably. Inside his motel room at the Normandy Plaza, the air was thick with heat and neglect. The fan rattled overhead. The curtains hung crookedly, unable to block the bright Miami light that crept in each afternoon. Andrew lay on the bed for hours, staring at the ceiling, chain-smoking cigarettes until the room smelled of stale smoke and sweat. His mind was a looping reel of exhaustion, fear, and delusion. He had no future to imagine, only the inescapable weight of the past pressing harder with each passing day. He left the motel sparingly. Each outing cost him precious energy he no longer fully possessed. His movements became smaller, quieter. He spoke rarely, even in a city where no one knew him. Andrew moved like a man who expected danger to spring from any direction. He walked with his shoulders slightly hunched. He scanned reflections in shop windows. He avoided faces. But beneath that tension was a strange stillness, the stillness of someone who had reached the end of every path and now sat waiting for something he could not yet define. Miami was a city built on contrast, wealth and poverty, glamour and grit, tourists drinking cocktails on rooftops, and locals working double shifts in the unforgiving heat. Andrew floated between these realities like a ghost. When he passed through upscale areas, he felt the sting of everything he had lost, the illusions of status he once performed with ease. When he walked through the more modest neighborhoods, he felt the bitterness of how far he had fallen. He had been many versions of himself in his life: the charming socialite, the gifted storyteller, the brilliant chameleon. But in Miami, he was none of those. He was simply a man with nothing left to lose. As the days stretched toward the middle of July, Andrew's routine circled around a single point: Casa Casuarina. Each day, he found himself drawn back to Ocean Drive, drifting along the pastel sidewalks, passing the cafes and restaurants where waiters balanced trays of tropical drinks. Sometimes he walked by quickly, head down. Other times he slowed his steps, lingering just long enough to watch the ornate wrought iron gate, the familiar stone steps, the balcony where vines curled in delicate arches. It was a building that belonged to another world, a world Andrew once fantasized was within reach. Now it stood before him like a reminder of every lie he had ever told about who he was. Versace himself moved through those days unaware that Andrew had drifted so close. He walked the same path from his mansion to the news cafe, wearing simple clothes and an easy expression, his presence calm and grounded. The locals were used to him. He was part of the tapestry of Miami Beach, not a spectacle. He lived quietly, elegantly, without the arrogance that fame often nurtures. And that quiet confidence, so effortless, so genuine, was perhaps the deepest reminder to Andrew of everything he could never become. The distance between the two men narrowed with each passing day. Sometimes Andrew watched Versace from a distance. Sometimes he may have walked only steps behind him. The thought of this, of a killer circling so near without anyone noticing, would later haunt the city. But at that time, Miami's rhythm swallowed Andrew with ease. He was just another stranger drifting by. The tension growing inside Andrew was almost palpable now. Days without sleep had hollowed out his face. His eyes carried a restless sheen. His thoughts darted between past and present, between fantasy and reality. He fixated on Versace with increasing intensity, though the motivation behind that fixation remained only partially clear, even to himself. It was resentment, longing, envy, admiration, and despair all woven together. It was the belief that his life had been denied something that other men, like Versace, had been freely given. It was the desire to reclaim significance, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the city remained unaware of the danger in its midst. Law enforcement had only the faintest notion that Andrew might be nearby. One officer claimed to have spotted someone resembling him weeks earlier, but the tip went nowhere. Another reported seeing a man matching his description near a local shop, but without confirmation, the sighting dissolved into background noise. Miami, energetic and distracted, continued its days without realizing the man on the FBI's most wanted list was sleeping less than 5 miles from the most iconic mansion on Ocean Drive on the evening of July 14th. The city was alive with summer sounds. Music spilling from bars, people laughing as they walked along the beach, the hum of cars drifting through the neon glow. Andrew, in the fading light, made his way once more toward the mansion. The air was heavy with humidity, clinging to his skin. His steps were slower now, deliberate. He paused near the gate, blending into the movement of the crowd. The last day before the shooting was like the deep inhale before the final exhale of a storm. Quiet, charged, waiting. He walked back to his motel late that night, slipping into the shabby room with its broken blinds and dim yellow light. He sat on the edge of the bed for a long time, unmoving. There was no plan written on paper, no message left behind, no dramatic gesture. Only a man alone with the tightening grip of his delusions and the heavy echo of a life that had collapsed in on itself. That night, Andrew barely slept. If he closed his eyes, he saw the mansion. If he opened them, he saw the same bleak ceiling that had hovered above him for days. And somewhere in the quiet hours before dawn, the invisible line between thought and action began to dissolve. Miami continued to dream beneath the warm night sky, unaware that by morning, history would shift on the sunlit steps of Casa Casuarina. Chapter 11. The Morning That Shook the World. The Murder of Gianni Versace. There are mornings so ordinary, so gentle, that no one would ever think to fear them. July 15th, 1997, in Miami Beach began as one of those mornings. Soft light filtering through palm leaves, the ocean curling against the sand in its usual rhythmic hush. Tourists walking sleepily along Ocean Drive with cameras and coffees in hand. The sky was clear, touched with a warm gold that made the pastel buildings glow. It was a morning that felt effortless, unremarkable, peaceful. Gianni Versace stepped into that peacefulness the way he had many mornings before. He rose early, dressed comfortably, and made his short walk to the News Cafe, a place where the owner knew him, where the servers greeted him by name, where he could sit quietly and enjoy a coffee and a few minutes of solitude. Fame had not changed his love for simple routines. Even at the height of his success, designing for royalty, Hollywood stars, and the fashion elite, he clung to these small pockets of normalcy. They grounded him. That morning, he walked back toward his home along Ocean Drive, holding a few folded magazines tucked under his arm. The sunlight bounced off the mosaic tiles embedded in the walkway. The air smelled faintly of salt and flowers. Joggers passed, greeting him politely. A couple of tourists recognized him and smiled, whispering with surprised excitement. Versace returned the smiles with a soft nod, always gracious, always warm. He approached the stone steps of Casa Casuarina, unaware that anything was amiss, unaware that danger was closing in on him with quiet, predatory precision. A short distance away, Andrew Cunanan waited. He had been awake for hours, staring into the dim motel room, chain-smoking, pacing, drifting between numbness and agitation. Something inside him had finally snapped into a cold, eerie stillness. The decision, though born from months of unraveling, felt inevitable to him in those hours before dawn. He slipped into the already humid morning air, walking with a slow, unsteady determination. His clothes clung to his skin. His eyes were hollow, but his steps were unwavering. He positioned himself near Casa Casuarina, blending into the flow of pedestrians who wandered along Ocean Drive. No one gave him a second glance. He looked like just another drifter, another stranger passing through, another man lost in the brightness of the city. But inside him, something dark and final had already taken shape. As Versace approached his home, the world seemed ordinary, tranquil, safe. He walked up the stone steps, placing one foot above the other with the casual precision of routine. Birds fluttered overhead. A few locals glanced his way, charmed as always by his presence. The morning glowed softly around him, and then the moment split. Andrew stepped forward. There was no warning cry, no shouted words, no confrontation. It happened in a blur of motion so sudden that even the people closest to the scene struggled later to describe it in detail. Andrew lifted the gun. Versace scarcely had time to turn, and two shots echoed sharply through the quiet of the street. The sound reverberated off the pastel facades, jolting the morning awake in an instant. Versace collapsed on the steps, the magazine spilling from his hand. fluttering onto the stone like fallen petals. The wrought iron gate stood open behind him, its ornate curves framing a scene so violent that it seemed impossible in such a serene place, in such an elegant life. The blood that followed crept along the white stone, an image that would be repeated across the world's news screens within hours. The city froze. For a heartbeat, there was absolute silence. Then chaos erupted. People screamed. A man ran for help. A woman dropped her shopping bag and covered her mouth. Cars screeched to a halt. The stillness of the morning shattered into 100 jagged pieces, each one carrying disbelief, terror, and confusion. A local caretaker rushed forward, kneeling beside the fallen designer, shouting Versace's name. Someone else called the police. Someone ran into the mansion for assistance. The world around the steps blurred into frantic motion. Andrew, meanwhile, walked away, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, disappearing into the maze of alleyways and pastel-colored buildings. His expression was blank, his demeanor eerily calm. People were too shocked to chase him, too stunned to process what had just happened. In the minutes that followed, he managed to melt into the city's crowded streets, vanishing into Miami's heat like a shadow dissolving in sunlight. Inside Casa Casuarina, the staff panicked, rushing toward the front steps with trembling hands and tear-filled eyes. Versace, the visionary, the artist, the beloved icon, lay motionless as sirens wailed in the distance. The sound grew louder by the second, breaking the humid air with urgent blue and red flashes. Miami police swarmed the scene. EMTs worked swiftly but gravely, their expressions revealing the truth even before the words were spoken aloud. The wound was fatal by the time they lifted Versace from the steps. Miami was no longer the same city it had been an hour earlier. The sunshine felt sharper, crueler. The air felt heavy, suffocating, as if the whole city were holding its breath. Shock spread faster than the news vans assembling near Ocean Drive. Residents peeked from windows. Tourists whispered. Cameras flashed. People sobbed openly. The world, watching through television screens, felt the gravity of what had happened. Gianni Versace had been killed on the steps of his own home, and the man responsible, the fugitive already wanted for 4 other murders, had slipped once more into the shadows of Miami Beach. What no one realized in that moment was that the manhunt had entered its final, desperate stage. Andrew was cornered now, not by police, but by the dwindling options that remained in the shrinking world around him. But for now, on that sunlit morning, all the world could feel was the shock, the disbelief, the heartbreak, the finality of a legend stolen in an instant. The morning that should have been ordinary became one of the most infamous in American history. There are events that imprint themselves so deeply into the public consciousness that even decades later, people remember exactly where they were when they heard the news. The murder of Gianni Versace became one of those moments. As the chaos swelled around the steps of Casa Casuarina, the shock echoing outward from Ocean Drive spread across Miami like a wave. First confusion, then disbelief, then a realization so heavy it seemed to drain the color from the sunlit streets. Gianni Versace, an icon of artistic brilliance and cultural influence, had been shot in broad daylight. And the man who pulled the trigger was still somewhere out there, hiding in the very city he had just shattered. The immediate aftermath unfolded in a blur of panic and urgency. Police rushed to secure the area, shouting for onlookers to stay back. Tourists pressed against barricades, their faces pale, shielding children from the sight. Locals who had walked this street daily for years stared in horror as officers draped yellow tape across the familiar stone steps. The mansion door remained open, the ornate black gate frozen in place. Versace's blood, still fresh on the white steps, became a haunting symbol of loss, a stain that would remain etched in the memory of Miami forever. Inside the ambulance, EMTs worked with a precision born from experience, but their eyes held the quiet understanding of what they could not prevent. Sirens wailed as they sped toward Jackson Memorial Hospital, cutting through traffic as pedestrians and drivers alike froze, watching the ambulance rush past. Behind the tinted windows, Versace's life flickered in the balance. But deep down, those in the vehicle already sensed the truth. They were racing not to save him, but to honor the last duty they could perform. Back at the mansion, authorities scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. Some officers interviewed the stunned witnesses who had seen the shooting unfold, their voices trembling as they relived the two thunderous gunshots echoing through the morning. Others searched the area for clues, scanning alleyways and rooftops, their radios crackling with urgent messages. The shooter had fled on foot, wearing a gray tank top, shorts, carrying a backpack. He moved quickly but calmly. No one had dared chase him. By the time the first officer responded, he was already gone. Within minutes, patrol cars fanned out across Miami Beach. Officers knocked on doors, questioned pedestrians, and alerted businesses. But despite the early rush of effort, Andrew Cunanan had vanished with a terrifying ease. It was as if the city itself had swallowed him. Miami Beach, with its tangled streets, busy boardwalks, and endless flow of tourists, offered Andrew exactly what he needed: noise, movement, faces to blend among, shadows to slip into. News spread with astonishing speed. Even before official confirmation, rumors swept through Miami. Someone said a famous designer had been shot. Someone else whispered the name Versace. People rushed to phones. Restaurant workers stopped mid-shift, huddling around small television sets and kitchens. Hotel lobbies filled with guests whispering frantically to staff members who were just as confused. Radio hosts interrupted their regular programming with urgent bulletins. Within an hour, local news stations confirmed what the world would soon hear: Gianni Versace was dead. When the announcement reached the hospital doors, where reporters had already begun to gather, a collective gasp rippled through those waiting outside. Journalists grabbed microphones. Cameramen lifted equipment onto their shoulders. Police tried to hold back the advancing crowd. A nurse stepped forward with tears in her eyes. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her expression said everything. And then, with a heaviness that seemed to still the Florida heat, the official statement arrived. Gianni Versace had died from his injuries. Within minutes, the news exploded across television screens around the globe. CNN interrupted broadcasts. Italian news outlets cut to live footage. Fashion houses in Milan and Paris received devastating phone calls. Celebrities, designers, politicians, and fans flooded phone lines with disbelief. People who had never met Versace felt the impact. He was a figure whose creativity had shaped culture, whose presence had filled runways, whose legacy had redefined beauty. The world mourned him instantly. Back in Miami, chaos tightened its grip. Streets near Ocean Drive overflowed with reporters. Police struggled to keep cameras from crowding the mansion gate. Helicopters hovered overhead, casting jittery shadows on the pastel buildings below. Ocean Drive, usually bustling with cheerful tourists, now felt like a crime scene frozen in grief. Meanwhile, somewhere in that same city, Andrew Cunanan was watching. Perhaps he hid in plain sight, blending into the swarm of people who had no idea who walked among them. Perhaps he slipped into a dingy bathroom to wash his hands. Perhaps he ducked into an alley, his heart pounding but his face expressionless. Or perhaps he returned to the loneliness of his motel room, turning on the television just in time to see reporters describe him calmly, urgently, as the man who had just murdered one of the most famous designers in the world. That moment, whenever it occurred, marked a psychological shift inside Andrew. His descent, already fast and destructive, plunged even deeper. He was no longer just a fugitive, no longer just a spree killer. With one act, he had inserted himself into history in a way that felt, to his broken mind, like the twisted fulfillment of his fantasies. He was connected to a legend now, his name linked, forever, to Versace's, for the rest of the country. However, the shooting sparked an immense wave of fear. If Andrew had killed Versace, someone wealthy, famous, adored, then no one felt safe. The randomness of his spree meant he could strike again. The fact that he had killed in broad daylight meant he was brazen, desperate, and unafraid. And the realization that he was still in Miami Beach, hiding somewhere among the residents and tourists, sent chills through the city. That afternoon, police established checkpoints, stopping cars, questioning pedestrians, distributing flyers with Andrew's photograph. Officers combed abandoned buildings, parking lots, garages, alleyways. But the heat, the crowds, the labyrinthine streets, all worked in Andrew's favor. He was still a ghost in a city that pulsed with too much movement to catch him easily. Inside Casa Casuarina, the grief was overwhelming. Versace's family members arrived in shock. Staff members cried openly as they cleaned the steps where their beloved employer had fallen. Flowers began appearing at the gate almost immediately. Roses, lilies, handwritten notes in multiple languages. Fans stood in small clusters, speaking quietly, some unable to stop crying. The mansion that once symbolized art and glamour now stood draped in sorrow. And somewhere, in a forgotten corner of Miami Beach, Andrew listened to the chaos he had created. He knew the city was tightening around him, but he knew the manhunt had reached its final stage, that he knew that every hour he remained free was a tightening countdown. But despite all of this, Andrew did not run far. He stayed close, hiding within the noise he had created, clinging to the shattered fragments of the life he had tried to invent. The world had just lost an icon. Miami had just lost its calm, and Andrew had just crossed the last line he could ever cross. Chapter 12. The Manhunt Tightens. Trapping a ghost in Miami. There are manhunts that feel like coordinated operations, structured, predictable, unfolding along clear lines of logic. And then there are manhunts like the one Miami faced after the murder of Gianni Versace. Hunts that feel more like chasing a shadow through heat and haze, where every corner hides a possibility, every silence feels loaded, and every passing face could be the one you fear most. In the hours after Versace was pronounced dead, Miami transformed into a city under siege, not by force, but by fear, urgency, and a single question whispered from block to block. Where is Andrew Cunanan? The day of the murder slid into afternoon with a surreal heaviness. Ocean Drive, normally bright with laughter and music, looked muted beneath the weight of police tape, broadcasting vans, and officers moving with a grim, purposeful energy. The ornate gates of Casa Casuarina stood closed now, adorned with the first wave of flowers and notes left by mourners who had heard the news almost instantly. The stone steps had been scrubbed clean, but the shock lingered in the eyes of everyone who passed. Inside police command centers across the city, a frantic coordination effort took shape. Detectives dialed agencies in Minnesota, Illinois, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, stitching together the long, violent trail Andrew had carved across the country. Maps were marked with his last known movements, details of the truck he had stolen, his aliases, his habits, his psychological profile. Every fragment mattered now, because somewhere in Miami, The man responsible for this nationwide nightmare was still breathing the same air as the citizens who had woken that morning expecting an ordinary day. Yet despite the urgency, Andrew was already slipping deeper into the cracks of the city. While Miami reeled, he moved quietly through side streets and alleyways, avoiding busy intersections, scanning reflections in store windows, watching for flashing lights. His adrenaline, at first overwhelming, had settled into a cold, eerie steadiness. He had killed in broad daylight. He had taken the life of a global icon. The shock of it no longer showed on his face. Instead, he carried himself with a kind of grim resignation, an understanding that he had crossed the final threshold and that whatever happened next was part of a story he could no longer escape. He did not return immediately to his motel that morning. Instead, he wandered for hours, ducking through residential streets where palm fronds swayed above tightly packed apartments. He passed pastel-colored houses with bicycles leaning against fences. He drifted near quiet canals where boats rocked gently against their moorings. He moved through the city like a ghost, seen, unnoticed, unsuspicious. Miami is a place where people mind their own business. It was a city built for transience, anonymity, and second chances. In that environment, Andrew blended almost too easily. Meanwhile, police combed through surveillance footage, interviewed dozens of eyewitnesses, and analyzed the path the shooter had taken after fleeing the Versace mansion. They found a blood-stained shirt discarded in an alley, a footprint near a dumpster, a dropped leaflet from a local shop. Clues, but each one fragile, pointing in multiple directions. Heat shimmered off the streets as officers fanned out block by block, questioning employees, beachgoers, tourists. But the sheer density of Miami Beach worked against them. There were too many people, too many possible hiding spots, too many buildings with unlocked doors, too many abandoned structures waiting silently to offer shelter to someone desperate enough to enter. As evening fell, the manhunt widened. Patrol cars drove slowly along Collins Avenue. Helicopters swept the shoreline with sweeping beams of light. Officers stationed themselves near bus stops and taxi hubs. But Andrew stayed low, careful, calculating. He ducked behind buildings when he heard sirens. He avoided light. He hesitated before crossing major roads, waiting patiently for gaps. His survival instinct, sharpened by months on the run, guided him with a predator's precision. Back at the motel, the manager recognized Andrew's face on the news. His heart thudded in his chest as he froze in front of the tiny screen behind the front desk. For hours, fear warred with uncertainty. Should he go to the police? What if Andrew returned? What if confronting him put his life at risk? But the weight of what had happened on Ocean Drive broke the hesitation. Late that night, he picked up the phone, voice shaking, and told the police what he had seen. Yes. He checked in here. He used a fake name. Room 322. Within minutes, a tactical team surrounded the Normandy Plaza. Officers moved with weapons drawn, voices low but urgent. They formed a perimeter. They breached the room. And inside, they found nothing. A bed, cigarette butts, crumpled wrappers, an empty closet, the smell of sweat and stale smoke. Andrew had slipped out hours earlier, leaving behind only the ghost of his presence. That it was the closest authorities had come yet. And it stunned them. They had missed him by mere hours. The discovery escalated the fear gripping Miami. It meant Andrew wasn't hiding far away. He was still here, somewhere in the labyrinth of Miami Beach. Residents double-locked their doors. Tourists rushed back to their hotels. The nightlife district, normally pulsing long after midnight, dimmed as people hurried home under the watchful eyes of increased police patrols. Inside police briefings, tension mounted. Theories formed quickly. Andrew had likely abandoned the stolen truck days earlier, It might still be somewhere in Miami. He might be surviving by breaking into empty homes or slipping into unlocked garages. He might be injured. He might be desperate. But one truth was undeniable. He was running out of places to hide. Andrew, meanwhile, moved with a growing sense of fatalism. He knew the police were closing in. The city felt tighter around him now, the shadows shorter, the spaces smaller. He avoided the ocean front. He avoided crowds. He took shelter in places most people wouldn't dare enter. Abandoned houses, construction sites, boarded-up buildings that had once planned to be luxury condos, but now sat half-finished, skeletons of concrete and rust. Each night, he wandered until exhaustion forced him into hiding. Each morning, he emerged again, following an instinct he could no longer articulate, a mixture of fear, aimlessness, and the lingering echo of his obsession with Versace. Perhaps he knew the end was near. Perhaps he welcomed it in some twisted, fractured way. But he kept moving, as if movement itself were the only thing keeping him alive. Meanwhile, detectives traced every step they could. They interviewed the pawnshop owner who had bought the stolen coin. They questioned motel guests. They collected fingerprints from abandoned buildings. They dragged the canal behind the motel for any sign of him. But Andrew slipped between them like smoke. The city held its breath, the police tightened their grip, and Andrew's world grew smaller with each passing hour. Somewhere in that shrinking world, hidden among the forgotten places of Miami Beach, the end of his life, and the final chapter of his spree, waited quietly for him to arrive. There is a moment in every manhunt when the walls begin to close, tightening not just around the fugitive, but around the entire city that shelters him. By the second day after Versace's murder, Miami Beach was no longer the vibrant, carefree paradise known for its nightlife and pastel charm. It had become a maze of barricades, a patchwork of checkpoints, a city holding its breath beneath the relentless Florida heat. Police cars rolled slowly down the streets with lights spinning silently. Helicopters hovered above with beams sweeping over rooftops and alleyways. Officers moved in pairs, scanning every doorway, every garage, every abandoned structure. And somewhere inside that tightening net, Andrew Cunanan was running out of places to disappear. The search centered around South Beach, where the Normandy Plaza Motel had given police the first real lead in weeks. The tactical team had arrived too late, finding the room empty and stale with the smell Andrew had left behind. Cigarette ash, sweat, damp sheets. On the table, a few scattered items gave investigators a glimpse into his days there. Crumbs from cheap snacks, a half-crushed plastic cup, a stack of free tourist magazines. Nothing personal, nothing revealing. Andrew had learned to leave no traces of himself except the ghost of his presence. The discovery of the motel room sent tremors through the command center. They now knew that Andrew had been living among them for days, that he had walked the same sidewalks, breathed the same humid air, and drifted through the same neon-lit nights as thousands of unsuspecting tourists. He had been close enough to watch Versace's routines, close enough to follow him without raising suspicion, close enough to commit the unthinkable and then slip back into anonymity. But now, with the pressure overwhelming, Andrew's movements became increasingly desperate. He no longer walked with the strange calm he had carried when he first arrived in Miami. His steps had changed, shorter, quicker, more erratic. He ducked into alleyways at the faintest sound of sirens. He scanned reflections in car windows. The paranoia that had been simmering since Minneapolis now consumed him fully. He felt eyes everywhere, even where none existed. His hunger grew sharper. His exhaustion deepened. His body, thin and sunburned, responded sluggishly. But he kept moving, driven by instinct rather than thought, by panic rather than purpose, In the early hours of the following morning, a police officer patrolling a quiet neighborhood thought he saw someone who resembled Andrew near a canal. The figure moved quickly, vanishing between two houses before the officer could confirm. When reinforcements arrived, the man was gone, leaving only a few scattered footprints in mud and the faint impression of a handprint on a fence. The sighting sent officers scrambling, tightening the search radius. But once again, Andrew slipped through the cracks he hid in places most people never noticed. Beneath raised beach houses, behind dumpsters lined with empty crates, in unlocked sheds stacked with rusting tools. One night, he reportedly sheltered in a vacant house undergoing renovation, lying on a bare concrete floor as roaches skittered across the darkness. The room smelled of dust and old wood. The wind rattled loose sheets of drywall. Andrew curled beneath a discarded piece of carpet, his entire body trembling from hunger and fear. Yet in that silence, he refused to let himself rest. He remained alert, listening for voices, footsteps, dogs, radios. He was a man who had nothing left except the instinct to survive one more hour. Meanwhile, the police presence grew overwhelming. Officers moved through alleyways with flashlights. They climbed onto rooftops. They circled parking garages. The FBI conducted searches in abandoned buildings, sweeping entire blocks with tactical teams. Canine units sniffed through empty lots where weeds grew tall around forgotten objects. Detectives followed every tip, no matter how small. Someone reported seeing Andrew behind a supermarket. Another claimed he had been spotted near the boardwalk. The city buzzed with fear, and rumors spread faster than confirmations. Yet no matter how relentlessly officers searched, Andrew always seemed to be just out of reach. Like a shadow slipping between beams of light. Like a figure vanishing just as a door swung open. Part of what made him so difficult to catch was his ability to blur into the environment. Miami Beach was full of transient figures, drifters, beach sleepers, night wanderers, tourists moving at odd hours. Andrew looked like all of them. His clothes, worn and sweat-stained, blended into the landscape of people who had come to Miami chasing escape. His thinness made him look older, frilier, far removed from the well-groomed socialite he once had been. Even his posture had changed, stooped, cautious, almost feral. If someone saw him walking down the street, he could have been mistaken for 100 other men trying to survive the heat. But no matter how carefully he hid, the city was shrinking around him. The truck stolen from William Reese was finally found, abandoned in a parking lot less than 2 miles from the Normandy Plaza. The discovery was a breakthrough that alarmed investigators. Andrew no longer had a vehicle. His mobility was now entirely dependent on walking. That meant he was nearby, on foot, vulnerable, close enough to feel the pressure closing in like a tightening fist. Officers expanded the search to vacant houseboats and used garages and construction sites near Miami's waterways. Small groups of officers boarded boats and scanned secluded docks. They checked under bridges where homeless individuals sometimes slept. They searched utility closets in public parks. The humidity made every movement exhausting, and yet the urgency kept them pushing forward. As the manhunt reached its height, Miami Beach became a city on edge. Residents whispered behind drawn curtains. Tourists called loved ones back home. Shop owners kept radios tuned to the news. Hotel staff monitored every unfamiliar face. The streets that were once playgrounds of sunlight and nightlife now carried an undercurrent of dread, and Andrew knew the end was approaching. Each hiding place lasted fewer hours. Each sighting brought police closer. He felt the pressure in his bones, a physical tightening, as if the city itself were pushing him toward an inevitable corner. His paranoia grew into a suffocating weight. Every noise was a threat. Every footstep felt like pursuit. Every shadow felt like it held the shape of an officer ready to lunge. That he no longer fantasized about escape. He no longer thought about Versace. He no longer believed in the grand illusions he had carried for years. Now there was only hunger, fear, and the creeping awareness that he could not outrun the fate closing in. For days, Andrew drifted like this, a ghost losing strength, a fugitive with no path left to take, a man crushed under the weight of his own unraveling. And the city waited, because everyone sensed the same thing. His end was near, his world was shrinking. And the final chapter of the manhunt was about to unfold in the most unexpected place of all. There are endings that arrive with thunder, loud, dramatic, impossible to ignore. And then there are endings that creep in quietly, almost silently, settling around a man like the closing of a dark curtain. For Andrew Cunanan, his final hours were of the second kind. After months of movement, violence, illusion, and desperate survival, his story narrowed to a single, forgotten houseboat floating in the humid stillness of Indian Creek. It was a place that most people walked by without noticing, a speck of wood and metal overshadowed by Miami's glittering skyline. And yet, it was here, amid dust, heat, and suffocating silence, that Andrew spent the last moments of his life. In the days following Versace's murder, the city around him had transformed into a tightening trap. The police were everywhere, street corners, rooftops, marinas. The helicopters no longer felt distant. Their blades hummed overhead with relentless frequency. Officers moved through neighborhoods in tense clusters, scanning every shadow, checking every unlocked door. The net had closed, and Andrew, exhausted and running out of places to hide, drifted with the slow resignation of a man who knew that each new sunrise brought him closer to the end. By the time he found the houseboat, his body was almost as fractured as his mind. He was thinner than ever, his cheekbones sharp, his hands trembling from lack of food and rest. His clothes hung off him, soaked with sweat from the July heat. But despite the physical collapse, his instincts were still sharp enough to recognize opportunity. The houseboat sat quiet along the canal near Collins Avenue, half abandoned, its windows dusty, its deck cluttered with old tools and tangled rope. It was the kind of place no one paid attention to, too run down to attract thieves, too isolated to become a frequent stop for police patrols. Andrew approached it cautiously, scanning the water, the sidewalk, the nearby bridge. The air smelled of salt and algae. The sun hung low in the afternoon sky, turning the canal water into a sheet of gold. He stepped onto the creaking deck, pushed the door open, and slipped inside. The interior was dim and thick with heat. Dust coated the furniture. The air smelled faintly of mildew and old leather. A narrow hallway led to a cramped living area where stacks of newspapers were piled beside a faded couch. The kitchen was little more than a metal sink and a small stove. Beyond that, a cramped bedroom with rumpled sheets and a single window overlooking the water. But to Andrew, it was shelter, privacy, silence, a temporary refuge. He lowered himself onto the couch, his body sinking into the worn cushions. For the first time in days, he allowed himself to breathe. Deeply, slowly, painfully. The houseboat was still. No footsteps, no voices, no helicopters overhead. Just the faint lap of water against the hull and the distant hum of traffic from Collins Avenue. That he stayed hidden there for hours, then for a day, then for nearly two. Time began to dissolve. Daylight filtered through the blinds in muted stripes. Nights pressed in with a dense, suffocating weight. He drank from the faucet. Ate small scraps he found in the houseboat's kitchen, half-opened cans, stale crackers, anything he could force down. Hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. Thirst burned his throat. But the worst part was the silence. Silence gave him space to think, space to remember, space to feel the crushing reality of everything he had done. As he lay on the couch, staring at the ceiling stained with old watermarks, his thoughts slipped back through the shattered pieces of his life. The faces of the men he had killed flickered across his mind. Jeffrey, David, Miglin, Reese, and now Versace. Each death another crack in the fragile persona he had spent years constructing. Each one a reminder of how far he had fallen from the confident young man he once pretended to be. He replayed moments from his past with a strange, detached clarity. Parties in San Diego, nights in gay clubs where applause fed his ego, conversations where his lies were taken as truth, the compliments he once lived for, the attention he once demanded, the admiration he once craved like oxygen. Now, there was none of it, just a broken man in a decaying houseboat, hiding from a world that no longer saw him as the charismatic socialite he once imagined himself to be. The heat was relentless. Sweat pooled on his skin. The air felt too thick to breathe. Sometimes he sat up suddenly, convinced he had heard footsteps on the deck. Sometimes he froze, holding his breath as voices drifted across the water. Boat owners, fishermen, tourists walking by on the bridge overhead. Every sound felt like a threat. Every moment felt like a countdown, the second night. Paranoia had become unbearable. Andrew paced the small space, his steps uneven, eyes darting to the windows. He pushed aside curtain slats to scan the canal, half expecting police lights to appear at any moment. His mind raced with possibilities, escape routes, hiding places, fantasies of slipping out of Miami unnoticed. But deep down, he knew it was impossible. The city had become too small, the net too tight, his body too weak. He was caught. Even if the officers hadn't found him at some point, he lay down in the narrow bedroom, curling into himself, arms wrapped tightly around his chest. The mattress was uncomfortable, but he didn't notice. His eyes drifted shut, not from peace, but from pure exhaustion. The kind that settles so deeply that even fear can't fully keep a person awake. And in those hours, while Miami slept and the canal water reflected the moonlight in trembling shards, Andrew's fate continued to close around him, because somewhere nearby, a caretaker was preparing to check that very houseboat. A routine task he performed every few days. A task that would change everything. A task that would bring the world's most hunted man face to face with the end he had been running from for months. Inside the quiet, airless darkness of the boat, Andrew did not know that the final turning point was only hours away. There are moments when fate moves quietly, like a shadow slipping under a door. On the morning of July 23rd, 1997, 8 days after the murder of Gianni Versace, Miami woke to another humid, sun-soaked day. The city had begun to exhale again, though cautiously, as if afraid to hope that the nightmare might be nearing its end. Tourists returned to cafes. Locals resumed their morning routines. Yet beneath the normalcy, a tension hummed faintly, like a wire pulled taut. Andrew Cunanan had still not been found. And then, sometime before noon, the first ripple of the end began on Indian Creek, where water lapped softly against docks and the breeze carried the scent of salt and mangroves. A caretaker approached a houseboat anchored quietly near Collins Avenue. The boat belonged to a wealthy real estate developer who rarely visited, leaving caretakers to maintain it. The deck looked the way it always did, sun-bleached wood, a few scattered tools, coils of rope resting in loose circles. Nothing seemed amiss, but as he stepped aboard, something felt wrong. A faint smell drifted from the small ventilation window, an odor that curled unpleasantly in the humid air. Not strong, but unmistakable. A blend of sweat, stale air, and something else he couldn't name. He hesitated, squinting into the dim interior through a small opening. The silence inside was eerie, heavier than it should have been. He called out, and no answered. He stepped back cautiously, his pulse beginning to quicken. Something in the air felt off, like a presence lingering where it shouldn't be. After one more attempt to call inside, he backed away and hurried toward shore, heart pounding with a fear he couldn't fully articulate. Moments later, he dialed the police. When the call came in, officers responded with immediate urgency. Houseboats were ideal hiding spots, especially for someone desperate. Within minutes, patrol cars converged on the marina. Officers took positions along the dock. A tactical team prepared to board. The situation was treated as a live threat. After all, the man they might find inside had killed 5 people and evaded capture for more than 2 months. The team approached the boat slowly, weapons drawn, movements synchronized. Sunlight bounced off the water, casting shifting shadows across their uniforms. They climbed onto the deck, scanning the windows, signaling to each other with quiet gestures. The world seemed to hold its breath. Inside, the heat was suffocating. Andrew, meanwhile, lay in the cramped bedroom, his body curled on the narrow bed. He had been drifting in and out of consciousness for hours, tormented by dehydration, hunger, and a mind that had unraveled beyond repair. His thoughts were fragmented, broken into flashes of memory, fear, and resignation. He heard sounds, distant, muffled, impossible to decipher. Sometimes he thought they came from the water, sometimes from the sky, sometimes from his own mind. He did not know that the final moments had begun. As the tactical team prepared to breach the door, one officer attempted a final verbal command. He shouted into the stillness, "This is the Miami Beach Police Department. Come out with your hands up." Silence. A few seconds stretched painfully long. Then, a single, sharp gunshot. It cracked through the air with chilling clarity, echoing across the canal, scattering birds from nearby mangroves. Officers froze for the briefest moment, their instincts confirming what they already suspected. The shot had come from inside, from the heart of the houseboat. The team moved immediately, breaching the cabin door and flooding inside in a swift, controlled motion. The air was thick and hot, the rooms dim, dust spiraling in the sudden disturbance. And there, in the small bedroom at the back of the boat, they found him. Andrew Cunanan lay on the bed, a gunshot wound to the head. He was motionless, his expression frozen in a strange mixture of emptiness and tension, as if even in death, the turmoil that had consumed him remained etched into his features. The firearm rested beside him. The sheets were rumpled beneath his thin frame. Nothing else in the room had been disturbed. It was over, swift, final, almost eerily quiet. The officers stepped back, the reality settling in heavy waves. After months of pursuit, across states, across cities, across lives, Andrew had died alone, hidden in a small room on a forgotten boat. There was no confrontation, no final standoff, no confession, just a single, desperate act taken in the split second between hearing the police and accepting what lay ahead. Word spread quickly through the tactical radios, then to the officers outside, then to the command center. And soon, like a wave breaking against the city, the news swept across Miami. Andrew Cunanan was dead. When the announcement reached the public, the city reacted with a blend of relief, grief, and exhaustion. Reporters rushed to the marina. Helicopters circled overhead. Crowds gathered along the waterfront, peering past police tape at the now infamous houseboat. Some people cried, overwhelmed by the closure of a dark chapter. Others whispered prayers. Many simply stood in silence, absorbing the end of a story that had consumed the nation. For the families of Andrew's victims, the news was complicated. Relief mingled with pain. Closure tangled with unanswered questions. Andrew had taken with him every explanation, every motive, every piece of understanding that might have helped them make sense of the loss. His silence in those final moments meant that the truth, whatever it really was, would remain sealed forever within the walls of that small houseboat. Inside the police command center, detectives listened to the report with solemn focus. The case was over, but not resolved. There were still files to close, reports to write, timelines to finalize. And yet, beneath the procedural tasks, a deeper truth settled in. They had chased a ghost, and the ghost had chosen to vanish on his own terms on the boat. After the body was taken away, the room felt strangely empty. The rumpled sheets, the faint smell of gunpowder, the open window letting in a warm, humid breeze. The silence left behind by the man who had carried so much chaos with him. Outside, the water rocked the boat gently, the same rhythm it had kept long before Andrew arrived, and would keep long after he was gone. His story had ended not with spectacle, but with solitude, not with confrontation, but with surrender, not with a final escape, but with the quiet collapse of a life built on illusions that die in those final hours. Andrew Cunanan became exactly what he had been becoming all along, a man consumed by the weight of his own unraveling, whose final act was not violence against others, but a final attempt to escape the enormity of what he had done. The manhunt was over, but the questions, those would linger far longer. Chapter 14. Echoes of a Life Unraveled. Motives, MYTHS, and the unanswered questions. When a story ends abruptly, the silence afterward becomes its own kind of noise, an echo that fills the spaces where truth should be. Andrew Cunanan's death inside the houseboat closed the violent chapter of his spree, but it didn't close the questions. Instead, it left them suspended in the air like dust in sunlight, drifting endlessly, refusing to settle. Because long after the news cameras left Miami, long after the houseboat was towed away, long after the sirens faded into memory, people were still asking the same thing. Why did Andrew Cunanan do it? What truly drove him into darkness? And where, in the pieces of his fractured identity, did this deadly path begin? The truth is that Andrew Cunanan's life was a puzzle with missing pieces. His personality, charming, manipulative, brilliant, insecure, was a shifting mosaic that never fully stayed in one shape. Those closest to him often believed they understood him, only to realize later that they had known only one version of a man who reinvented himself constantly. In the aftermath of his death, those versions collided, revealing contradictions that made it nearly impossible to trace a clean line from his youth to his final crime. And so, the world was left to examine the fragments. One of the most discussed elements of Andrew's downfall was his profound fear of insignificance. Growing up, he had been the adored son, the favorite child, raised with the belief that he was exceptional. His father had pushed that idea relentlessly, convincing Andrew that greatness was not just inevitable, but owed to him. But when his father fled the country after financial crimes, the foundation beneath Andrew cracked. The world, once shiny and full of promise, suddenly felt smaller, colder, and unfair. Without the financial stability or parental validation he had relied on, Andrew lost the structure that had held his ego in place, and ego was everything to him. Throughout his adult life, Andrew clung obsessively to the idea that he was destined for glamour. He surrounded himself with wealthy older men, charmed his way into upscale parties, crafted stories about influence and connections. Often those stories were lies, some small, some elaborate, but he told them with such confidence that people believed him. He lived in the performance of identity, using it as both shield and spotlight. But performances are fragile. When the lies began to crumble, when friends withdrew, when relationships soured, when his lifestyle declined, Andrew didn't just lose social standing. He lost the version of himself that he had created with such precision. The unraveling of his life in the months before the murders was not simply emotional collapse. It was the collapse of every narrative he had created to survive in a world where he felt less and less seen. Psychologists later speculated that Andrew's life was shaped by narcissistic traits, deep insecurity, compulsive lying, and an inability to tolerate personal failure. But those explanations, while clinically tidy, could not fully illuminate the complexity inside him. Because Andrew wasn't simply a narcissist, or a manipulator, or a fantasist. He was all of those things, and none of them completely. His identity was a constantly shifting illusion he seemed to believe even as he fabricated it. This internal contradiction made his motives slippery in the aftermath. Some believed the killings began out of emotional collapse. The breaking point reached after losing financial support, social status, and personal relationships. Others believed the spree began as an act of revenge, rooted in jealousy and resentment toward the men he once admired or depended on. Some saw it as a fatal mixture of desperation and anger, a psychological implosion turning outward. And some believed it was simply the path of a man whose illusions finally shattered under the weight of reality. But even these explanations felt incomplete when held against the enormity of his final act. The murder of Gianni Versace. Was Versace targeted because he symbolized everything Andrew wanted? Was he targeted because of a past encounter, real or imagined, that Andrew had twisted into meaning? Or was he simply a figure Andrew saw as the ultimate expression of success, beauty, and recognition? Qualities Andrew had chased his entire life? The world debated these questions endlessly. Some pointed to Andrew's fabricated stories of knowing Versace. Others speculated that he had harbored a long-standing fixation on the designer. Still others believed the shooting was an act of ultimate attention-seeking, an attempt to cement his name in history by attaching it to someone extraordinary. But perhaps the most unsettling part was this. Andrew left no explanation that no lettered, no confession, no insight into his mind. He vanished from life the same way he had moved through it, without clarity, without honesty, without giving anyone the chance to understand the truth behind the mask. And so the world turned to those who knew him, hoping that their memories might offer clarity. Friends remembered the magnetic young man who lit up rooms with charm, the one who danced on bar counters, who cracked jokes with effortless confidence, who seemed endless in his charisma. But those same friends also remembered his darker moments, the lies so frequent they hardly felt like lies anymore, the manipulations disguised as affection, the quiet envy that surfaced when someone else received attention. Former acquaintances spoke about his grandiose fantasies, that he was connected to wealthy businessmen, that he was involved in intelligence work, that he knew famous figures personally. These stories were often absurd, but Andrew delivered them with such conviction that people rarely questioned him. His lies were not mere fabrications. They were accessories to the identity he needed to sustain himself. Yet even these insights could not fully answer the lingering question. Why? Why did he kill men he had once been close to? Why did the rage inside him turn so violently outward? Why did he choose to end his spree with the murder of a man he had likely never truly known? There were theories, of course. Some detectives believed the spree began with personal betrayals, real or imagined, and spiraled out of control as Andrew's mind fractured. Others believed he was attempting to write himself into a narrative of significance, using violence to carve a place for himself in the world's memory. Some psychologists argued that Andrew felt cornered by his own collapsing identity and lashed out violently at anyone who represented the stability or success he lacked. But none of these theories offered the full truth, because the full truth lived only in Andrew's mind, a mind that had become a labyrinth long before the first shot was ever fired. Even after his death, the echoes of his actions rippled outward, touching lives far beyond Miami Beach. Families of victims faced questions with no answers. Investigators puzzled over missing links. Journalists pieced together timelines that still felt incomplete. And the public, captivated by the tragedy, searched for meaning in the chaos he left behind. But some stories do not offer meaning. Some stories end in fragments. Some people leave behind only shadows. Andrew Cunanan was one of them. And as the world tried to understand him, the reality became clear. Sometimes there is no single moment that explains a man's downfall. Sometimes there is only the long, slow collapse of someone who never truly knew himself. In the wake of Andrew Cunanan's death, the world was left clutching at pieces, snippets of memory, fragments of testimony, loose ends tied to loose ends. The investigation had ended, but the understanding had not. And as days stretched into weeks and months, the story did not quiet. If anything, it grew louder. His life, his lies, his fantasies, his murders, everything invited scrutiny. People wanted answers. They wanted patterns. They wanted meaning. But the more they examined Andrew's life, the more they realized the truth was not a single thread, but a tangled knot of contradictions. Investigators from across states pieced together timelines of his final months. They tracked down individuals who had known him, lovers who had trusted him, friends who had once admired him, acquaintances who had sensed something amiss but never imagined the scale of what was coming. Each person offered a different portrait of Andrew, some compassionate, some bewildered, some angry, some afraid. And in every account, there was always something missing, a hollow space where clarity should have been. One common theme emerged, though. Andrew had spent much of his life living in a carefully crafted illusion. His relationships were fragile because they were built upon performances. His friendships were intense, but often short-lived, collapsing the moment the illusion cracked. His lifestyle, extravagant clothing, expensive dinners, lavish vacations, was not always funded by legitimate means. Sometimes it was financed by wealthy older men drawn to his charm, sometimes by debt, sometimes by outright deception. In many ways, Andrew had been building a fragile tower of identity his entire life. Every lie was a brick, every performance a layer, every reinvention a new story to prop up the old one. But towers built on illusions have a way of crumbling violently, and when Andrew's began to collapse, it brought everything with it: his sanity, his relationships, his sense of self. Some psychologists believed his worldview was shaped by early reinforcement of superiority. His parents had raised him to believe he was destined for great things. They placed him above his siblings, showered him with attention, fed him the idea that he was exceptional. But when adulthood failed to deliver the life he imagined, a life full of status, wealth, and admiration, Andrew experienced that loss not as disappointment, but as humiliation. And humiliation, especially for someone whose identity hinged on superiority, can become a dangerous spark. Still, the idea that humiliation alone fueled a spree killing felt incomplete. Others argued Andrew's collapse was rooted in fear: fear of aging, fear of failure, fear of losing the very beauty and charm that had once been his currency. In his circles, youth was admired, wealth was expected, status was everything. And when Andrew began to lose those things, when he realized he could no longer sustain the lifestyle he had crafted, he may have felt as though he were vanishing, that he was becoming invisible, People who deal in illusions dread invisibility more than anything. Some believed his murders were triggered by perceived betrayals. Each victim had, in some way, represented a loss of control in Andrew's life. Jeffrey Trail was someone Andrew admired but also envied. Someone stable, someone principled, someone who had distanced himself from Andrew's chaos. David Madson represented intimacy slipping away, a love he wanted but could not possess. Lee Miglin embodied the wealth and success Andrew craved, while William Reese symbolized pure desperation, the need to survive one more day, one more hour. Versace, in contrast, was the culmination of every fantasy Andrew ever carried. Killing him was not just violence. It was symbolism, grand, tragic, delusional symbolism. But even these interpretations, compelling as they were, felt partial. Because Andrew was not a simple figure. He was a collision of insecurities, grandiosity, charm, anger, intelligence, and deep emotional instability. Every attempt to define him in one sentence fell apart under the weight of contradictions. When forensic psychologists analyzed his spree, many reached the same unsettling conclusion. Andrew's motives were layered, shifting, and inconsistent. He did not kill for one reason, but for a mix of them: rage, envy, panic, fantasy, fear of insignificance, desire for control, and the spiraling collapse of a self-made mythology. The mythology surrounding Andrew only grew after his death. Rumors circulated, stories about secret relationships, hidden double lives, conspiracies linking him to wealthy figures. Some people insisted Andrew had been involved in darker circles than investigators acknowledged. Others believed he had been carrying secrets, that someone had been supporting him financially, that his murders were connected through unseen threads. But when these theories were examined, most dissolved under scrutiny. Andrew was not part of a conspiracy. He was not a hired killer. He was not an operative shadowed by hidden powers. He was a man alone, dangerously, tragically alone, lost in a life he had built on unstable ground. His family, devastated and confused, struggled to understand the transformation. His mother spoke of him as a brilliant child, a son who had once shown kindness and humor. His siblings recalled a boy who loved reading, who excelled in school, who showed signs of promise. But they also recalled the lies, the manipulations, the shifts in his personality. Their grief was complicated, mourning not just the man he became, but the boy he once was, and the versions of him they could never fully reconcile. The families of his victims, meanwhile, carried their own unanswered questions, questions heavier than any psychological explanation could satisfy. Why their loved ones? Why did Andrew inflict so much pain? Why such brutality? Why such chaos? His death denied them the chance to hear explanations from his own lips. The truth, whatever it was, died with him. And so, investigators turned to the remaining evidence: diaries, financial records, interviews, timelines, to reconstruct as much understanding as possible. But even with all of that, Andrew remained an enigma, a figure fueled by contradictions, a man who lived in masks until he no longer knew the face beneath them. Perhaps the most haunting realization that came from examining Andrew's life was that nothing about him was ever entirely stable. His charm could shift to cruelty. His confidence could unravel into paranoia. His charisma could flip into manipulation. His love could twist into obsession. His life, beautiful on the surface, was built on internal fractures so deep that when they finally broke, they did so catastrophically that in the end, the world was forced to accept an uncomfortable truth. Andrew Cunanan's motives may never be fully understood, not because investigators failed, not because evidence was missing, but because his mind, the only place the full truth existed, was a labyrinth that collapsed before anyone could map it. Some stories cannot be neatly tied together. Some people remain mysteries. Some tragedies end without resolution. And Andrew Cunanan's life, brilliant, troubled, violent, and unknowable, remains one of them. Chapter 15. The Legacy of a Tragedy. Versace, Cunanan, and the shadow that still lingers. In the aftermath of a tragedy, the world often searches for meaning, not because it expects to find it, but because human beings need to understand how devastation fits into the map of their lives. The murders committed by Andrew Cunanan, culminating in the killing of Gianni Versace, shook the world in a way few crimes ever have. And when the spree ended, when the sirens quieted, when the news cameras stopped rolling, what remained was not simply the memory of violence, but a complicated, lasting shadow that stretched across families, industries, communities, and even history itself. Gianni Versace's death was not just a crime. It was a cultural blow. Versace was more than a designer. He was a visionary, an architect of beauty, a man whose creativity had transformed fashion into something theatrical and fearless. His designs had clothed icons, reshaped the visual language of the 1990s, and influenced art and culture in ways that still ripple outward. His murder on the steps of his home, the image of brilliance struck down in the brightness of morning, felt like the world losing one of its brightest colors. In Italy, people gathered in crowds outside Versace boutiques, laying flowers beside window displays. In Milan, designers paused their work and walked into the streets in solemn silence. The fashion community across Europe and America mourned as one. Runway shows dimmed their lights. Supermodels cried backstage. Colleagues who had once shared late-night creative sessions with Versace now found themselves grappling with the surreal truth that a man they admired had been taken by a stranger whose name they had only learned in horror. Versace's family, his sister Donatella, his brother Santo, his nieces and nephews, were thrust into a grief so heavy it became almost mythic. Donatella, already deeply involved in the creative world of the brand, stepped forward not just out of duty, but out of love. She knew that in order to preserve her brother's legacy, she had to carry the house he built. She did it through tears, through sleepless nights, through a determination that bordered on fierce devotion. The world watched as she transformed heartbreak into strength, shaping Versace's legacy into something enduring, resilient, and unmistakably powerful. But while Versace's influence grew even after death, Andrew Cunanan's shadow took on a much darker, more troubling form. For years, his name became a symbol of unanswered questions. Questions about mental health, identity, violence, and the hidden cracks in social circles that appear perfect on the surface. His spree challenged assumptions about who becomes a killer and why. It forced investigators, psychologists, and the public to confront the uncomfortable truth that monstrous acts can emerge from someone who once seemed charming, articulate, friendly, even magnetic. In LGBTQ+ communities across the country, the murders touched a nerve that was both emotional and societal. Many of Andrew's victims were gay men. Their deaths, and the media's portrayal of the case, exposed deep prejudices that still lingered in the 1990s. Some news outlets sensationalized their personal lives, failing to grasp the nuance and dignity of who they had been. Others used the spree as an excuse to paint LGBTQ+ spaces with harmful stereotypes. Community leaders had to step forward to remind the world that Andrew's actions were the result of a single individual's unraveling, not a reflection of the communities he moved through. Yet despite these efforts, the fear Andrew created left scars. Gay men who had once moved freely through social circles became more cautious. The idea that someone who seemed glamorous or familiar could harbor such darkness made many rethink the way they trusted strangers and even acquaintances. Andrew, once a figure welcomed into social events and clubs, had left behind an unsettling lesson. Danger does not always look like danger. The law enforcement community, too, struggled with the legacy of the case. In the years that followed, many departments reviewed their procedures, analyzing how Andrew managed to move across so many states undetected for so long. His ability to evade capture highlighted flaws in information sharing between jurisdictions, particularly involving suspects who crossed state lines. Some argued that better coordination could have saved lives. Others believed Andrew was uniquely difficult to track. His lies, disguises, shifting identities, and ability to blend into crowds made him an unusually slippery fugitive. Regardless, his spree prompted important reforms in how agencies cooperated on national manhunts. The case also raised enduring questions about mental illness and the invisible fractures that can shape a person's life. Andrew had never been formally diagnosed with a psychiatric condition, but many believed he suffered from personality disorders that went untreated and unrecognized for years. His charisma had masked his instability. His intelligence had hidden the psychological cracks forming beneath the surface. His social adaptability made it easy for him to drift between worlds without anyone noticing the danger building inside him. This realization forced many people, friends, former partners, acquaintances, to reflect on their own interactions with him. Some wondered if they could have intervened. Others asked whether they had missed signs. Many felt guilty, even though they had no responsibility for the outcome. The weight of hindsight often presses hardest on those who look back with too much compassion and too many what-ifs. And then there was Miami Beach. Even today, the location of Versace's murder remains a place marked by an invisible solemnity. Tourists walk past Casa Casuarina, taking photographs of its ornate gates, unaware, or sometimes acutely aware, of the tragedy that unfolded there. The mansion, once a private home, eventually transformed into a boutique hotel and cultural landmark. Its beauty remains breathtaking. Its walls, though silent, carry history. Some say the steps feel different when you stand near them. Not haunted, not heavy, just significant. As though the air remembers that Andrew's final hiding place, the houseboat, met a different end. Within a year, it was dismantled, sold, removed from the marina. People did not want it near the city anymore. It had become a symbol of fear, a reminder of vulnerability. Clearing it away felt like a final attempt to close the chapter completely. And yet, even with the boat gone, even with Andrew gone, even with Versace immortalized through fashion and culture, the story did not fully disappear. Because stories like this don't vanish, they echo. They echo in conversations about mental health. They echo in law enforcement training rooms. They echo in discussions about fame, identity, social pressure, and the fragility of ego. They echo in memorials for victims whose lives were stolen too soon. And they echo each time someone asks the question that may never have an answer. How does someone become a monster in the shadows of a life they tried so hard to glamorize? As the world moved into the late 1990s and then into a new century, the case remained a reference point, gruesome, tragic, perplexing. Andrew Cunanan was not a typical serial killer. He didn't fit the molds. His spree didn't follow the patterns. He didn't kill for methodical pleasure, nor for ritualistic obsession, nor for a singular, identifiable motive. His violence was chaotic, emotional, opportunistic, symbolic, and self-destructive all at once. He was a contradiction that a fractured the man whose undoing became his identity. And at the center of this tragedy, the brightest contrast remained. a world-renowned icon whose life was an expression of beauty to a troubled young man whose life became an expression of collapse. Their paths intersected for only a moment, but that moment changed history. Legacies are rarely simple. They stretch beyond the lives that created them, threading into memory, culture, and conversation in ways no one can predict. The tragedy of Andrew Cunanan and Gianni Versace lives on not just as a story of crime and loss, but as a complex reminder of how human lives, brilliant, broken, or both, intersect and leave marks on the world long after they end. What emerged after Andrew's spree was not only grief, but a sprawling tapestry of impact that reached across families, fashion, law enforcement, psychology, and the public's understanding of violence. In the immediate aftermath of Versace's murder, the world mourned visibly. Newspapers printed his image on front pages in somber tones. Television segments replayed his runway shows, highlighting the craftsmanship and theatricality that had made him a genius. Fans left flowers, letters, and candles outside Casa Casuarina. Some wrote messages thanking him for the joy his designs had brought into their lives. Some simply stood silently, acknowledging the loss of someone who had helped shape the aesthetic language of a generation. But as time moved forward, that mourning gave way to commemoration. Versace's influence did not fade. Instead, it evolved. Donatella Versace stepped into the spotlight with a mix of grief and fierce determination, carrying her brother's legacy while shaping the brand into her own vision. Under her creative direction, Versace continued to push boundaries, blending her brother's boldness with her own distinct voice. And as the brand grew, it became a living tribute, not just to Gianni's genius, but to the resilience and unity of his family at the same time. The world examined Andrew Cunanan through a much darker lens. His name became synonymous with chaos, deception, and the unpredictable nature of human collapse. Journalists, criminologists, and psychologists analyzed his life from every angle: conversations, interviews, financial records, personal history, and the psychological profile left behind like an unfinished map. But the further they dug, the more elusive the truth became. Andrew was not a simple villain or a caricature of evil. The complexity of his life, his charm, intelligence, insecurities, compulsive lies, emotional instability, painted a portrait of someone fractured long before the first murder. His crimes forced society to confront the uncomfortable truth that danger can come from places that appear safe, that instability can hide beneath confidence, and that the line between identity and illusion can erode silently until nothing solid remains. In many ways, the tragedy sparked deeper conversations about mental health, especially within communities where emotional struggles often went unspoken. People who had known Andrew reflected on warning signs they had dismissed: his need for attention, his impossible fantasies, his sudden shifts in mood, his obsession with status. These reflections, while painful, opened dialogues about the importance of recognizing distress before it spirals into catastrophe. The LGBTQ+ community, in particular, experienced the ripple effects of the tragedy in nuanced ways. Many of Andrew's victims were gay men, and their deaths highlighted vulnerabilities that often went unnoticed: transience, strained family relationships, social isolation, and the challenges of seeking support in a world still burdened by prejudice. The media coverage of the case, at times insensitive or sensationalistic, revealed biases that the community had long fought against. In response, advocates called for more respectful narratives, reminding the world that LGBTQ+ victims deserve dignity, empathy, and humanity, not caricature or blame. These conversations, painful as they were, contributed to broader cultural progress. They encouraged better representation in media. They spurred discussions about mental health resources. They urged communities to look out for one another. The tragedy, though devastating, became a catalyst for awareness, an echo that pushed society toward introspection and changed on the law enforcement side. The case led to important reforms. The difficulty in tracking Andrew across multiple states exposed gaps in communication between jurisdictions. Police departments, federal agencies, and local authorities revisited protocols surrounding interstate fugitives. New systems were implemented to share information more efficiently, track suspects more effectively, and respond faster when crimes cross state lines. Andrew's ability to disappear for so long served as a stark reminder of the need for coordinated, nationwide efforts, lessons that influenced manhunt procedures well into the future. Meanwhile, the cultural memory of the case continued to evolve. Documentaries, books, dramatizations, and investigative series explored the events from every perspective, some focusing on the victims, some on the psychology behind Andrew's collapse, some on the impact on Versace's legacy. These retellings kept the story alive not for spectacle, but for reflection. They allowed new generations to understand the tragedy not just as a headline, but as a human story, painful, layered, and deeply instructive. Casa Casuarina itself became a physical embodiment of that lingering legacy. With its ornate facade, its mosaic-floored courtyard, and its lush Mediterranean beauty, the mansion stands today as both a landmark of artistic achievement and a solemn reminder of what was lost on those steps. Visitors come from around the world, not only to admire its architecture, but to acknowledge the place where brilliance met tragedy. The energy there is not eerie, it is reverent. A quiet respect hangs in the air, as if the walls remember the life that once filled them with light. But the houseboat, where Andrew died, holds a different legacy, a darker, more troubling shadow. It was dismantled and removed from the marina, as if to erase the last physical trace of his presence. The water that once rocked the decaying vessel now reflects only sunlight and passing boats. Locals rarely speak of it. The city chose to let that memory slip into silence, honoring the victims by limiting the space given to their killer's final refuge. Even today, decades after the last shot was fired in Miami Beach, people continue to ask why this story remains so haunting. Perhaps it is because it is a story of contrasts, beauty and brutality, glamour and despair, fame and anonymity, creation and destruction. Versace, the symbol of brilliance; Andrew, the symbol of collapse. Their intersection, brief and catastrophic, became one of the most unforgettable moments of the 1990s. But perhaps the deeper reason the tragedy continues to echo is this. It reminds us of the fragility of identity, the consequences of unchecked lies, the danger of unresolved pain, and the unpredictable ways a single life can impact countless others. It reminds us that even the brightest stars can be dimmed by the shadows of someone else's unraveling. And it reminds us that every life, whether marked by beauty or chaos, leaves something behind, something that shapes the world in ways we do not always expect. In the end, the legacy of this tragedy is not just a memory of violence. It is a reminder that human stories are layered, that life can turn abruptly, and that understanding, even when incomplete, is still worth seeking, because tragedies like these do not fade. They settle into history. They live in cautionary tales. They linger in conversations. They remind us, always, that brilliance and darkness can exist closer together than we ever imagine.